skills may also be affected. Also, the temperature will be low, which will affect some professions. Okay. Achievement for Monster Cruncher. Take silver, 5,000 silver coin. It's silver? Okay. 50 level Ripstone, 50 level Rip Scrolls. Okay. Nice. Yeah, what time of year is it? Does it say? North. Current season is winter. Next season is summer. Time until next season, 20 hours and 26 minutes. Okay, so it'll be summer tomorrow. Get one. Oh, yeah. Collect obsidian shards from creatures in the area. So I'm doing the right thing, but we should look around for higher tier mobs. Am I in combat? Oh, 15 seconds, huh? Okay. Looking around Monster Morphs for a champion. There's a champion. Let's see if we can get him. Ooh, potions are way shittier now. That sucks. It was a lot more fun when they were better. No, you're not moving. You're not moving. You're not doing anything. Go, go. You're so annoying. Why? I will run you around. Are you leashed? You're like leashed. You disappeared. Or maybe he died. I don't know what the fuck happened. I have no idea. He leashed because I took him too far, I think. God damn it. It's alright. Nope. Roll, roll. Okay. No! God damn it. Just gonna run her out, pull potion cooldowns till I'm full. The potions suck now. Not taking him away from his leash. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna get him. He was a lot harder. I like the combat. I like the combat. It's tense. It's hard. I like this game. Look, there's like cool drives in the snow where I've been walking and stuff. Fucking so cool. I mean, the Unity engine is a lot better than it used to be. Like 5 years ago, Unity wasn't that good. That 1-star was absolutely like way too fucking like hard. So now they've seriously like nerfed the healing capability. And the game's harder now. Did I get... Oh, no, I didn't get the obsidian shards I need. What are the things? Cotton. I wish you could move things. Oh, buffs. Yeah, buffs. I think the master is too low or something. Let's see. There is no master, which seems really weird. The master is far too low. What happened to the master? My volume went down a little bit, I suppose, there. That's part of it. Three-star. No, Prisonverse is where I should go back to when the season isn't like this. And so I want the brand new, just opened today, Way of Winter server in Lunacy. And this is the hardest that the game can possibly be, I guess. So we will create a character, confirm. I agree. As flies to wanton boys are we to the gods that kill us for their sports. King Lear, William Shakespeare. Someone's been playing X4 Factions.
Our lives have followed a long path. But eventually, all roads reach their end.
No, I like this game. It's like a Lineage 2 ripoff. Kill the monsters in the specified area. Examine the dark aura in the area. Oh, I like this game. It's a weird mix of Lineage and fucking Terra. It reminds me of Terra a bit. This is kind of how the Terra mobs were. They would aggro, though, however. These mobs are not interested in aggro. Maybe because they're so low level. Maybe higher up it's different. I don't know. Ugh. Fire path, confirm. Okay, I got a new ability. Fire path. Opens a 7-meter long fire corridor forward. Enemies touching this corridor take 140% magic damage instantly. Okay. Ooh, fun. I wish you could oh, can you move it? You can move it. You can move it. Oh, thank God. So now that I can do that... Oh, thank God, that's better. But now the UI seems a little too small for me. I don't know. I like this game. Oh, it's getting more fun with more abilities. Ah. I don't know, I do like having it right in the center where I can see, though. Yeah, can we move the game menu and stuff? No. Okay. Can we move this somehow? No. What about that? Can we move that? Oh, we can, we can. Yeah, I want the minimap where I can see it. Yeah. Oh, look, that's really good. It's a competent UI. Ah. Character. Wait, can I make that bigger? Can you make these things bigger? Is there a way to make it bigger? No. But the character menu, okay, so we have grade 70. Combat grade is 70, whatever that means. Physical AP, physical TP. When I'm solo, I will fire staff. When I'm in group, I will life staff. And I will heal. It's a modern lineage. I expect it to probably have that same sort of response. Did I get... Oh, now you have minimized that thing and I don't want it. I can't move that? No? You won't let me move that? Okay, no. Precious metals, get 1 lava stone. I don't know about that yet. Kill the monsters in the area. Can we oh yeah, remove the quest? No. But do we want to track it? No. So, Mystery of Souls, kill the monsters in the specified area. Am I not getting credit anymore? Maybe I have to, like, go to the center of the camp, maybe, is what it is. Yeah, that might actually be it. Go to where we say and pull. So, okay, that thing is dumb right there. We want to be able to see that really well, but we don't want it blocking. I want this... That seems odd. There's like all these tabs and everything. Public, global. Oh, I was cutting off the top of this. Okay, I didn't realize I was cutting it off. Okay, so that's a little bit better. This could come over so it doesn't block, I suppose. And this can come down. This can come here. This can come over. Size. Wait, oh, cool. You can make it bigger. Oh, you can. You can make it bigger. Oh, cool. You can make it bigger. You can make it bigger. Cool. You can make it bigger. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, yeah, that's much, much better. Look, it's a... Oh, look, you can even move the compass. Yeah, you can, but I don't know. Or no, can you? I don't think you can, no. But that's okay. I like no aggro. It's so much better. It's so much better. I'm sure there is aggro in nasty places, but it's where it should be. Where it should be expected, I think. Yeah, where like shit aggro's you and stuff. So yeah. So apparently I'm supposed to stand right here, and I'm to kill stuff. The game suddenly, like, overnight seems, like, way harder. It's weird. They're like, this game's too easy. And then they, like, changed it. It's a grinder, but I like the pacing of it. You come to the camp, you fight nasty mobs like Final Fantasy XI, and the fights take a little while. See it? They're like RuneScape fights. They take a little while. It's a shame this game's on EAC, and I wish I could get a copy of it directly from them. Let's go to their website and see if they'll sell me a copy that isn't on fucking Steam. I'll buy 2 copies, I don't care. No, I just want the Quinfall, that's all. Quinfall. I don't like the combat music, it's way too repetitive. I like this music, though. I wish you would let me turn off the combat music, it's annoying. We will turn off this combat music, because this music is kind of repetitive. It's like the same... I don't know, it's not the same music, but... No, I do see it, though. I see this game. It is like BDO mixed with arcade. It has so... It's like... It's trying to be all the things that all these other games couldn't be. All at once. It is succeeding at it. Reminds me a lot of Terra. Quite a lot of Terra in it. I wonder if it's the same developers. So once I apply the dot, it just stays on him. I thought it was a puddle, but no, it's a dot. Just die, just die, just die, just die. Yeah, I'm gonna turn out the music. It's way too... I don't like the battle music at all. It's definitely oppressive. So... Maybe I should make escape the... can we make escape the shortcut key? That would make sense, sort of. Can we make it escape? Nope. Left control. Okay, that's okay. Whatever. So apply, and I want to come into the sound. I love this song. I hate your combat music. What the fuck? I hate your combat music. We'll put on something a little bit more iconic. What would be good? Let's listen to Peaceful Daggerfall. That's been on my mind lately. Or, well, we could listen to our nightly videos, I suppose. Let's do that, because it's kind of a grinder. It doesn't really require a lot of mouse movement, so it's better for stuff like picture-in-picture. Oh, is my picture-in-picture working yet? I need to see if it's like got its normal thing running again. What is this? Is it this? No, it's like this. No, it's... Where is picture-in-picture? Did they change it? They did. They like changed the way Chrome worked. Something. I'm not really sure. I don't like them growling all the time. Maybe I should turn that off too. Oh no, there's my picture-in-picture. Yeah, there we go. Can't really have it at the bottom of the screen, and we'll make it bigger. But with a grinder like this, I don't need a lot of mouse movement. Yeah, look, you don't even need to move the mouse very much. Honestly, you don't need mouse for this. I mean, you do, I guess, because of all the inventory stuff. But yeah, yeah, his health bar is not big enough, really. So can we hit 2 at once? Yes. I can AoE pull. I'm probably the best at AoE pulling, which is cool. But this might have been unwise, because it looks like they're winning. Please die. Well, it's tough, but the game's hard. The game is hard to AoE pull. It's hard, like, wow. I see a lot of potential here. I think this game is great. Okay, so gotta get 7 more, but I need to heal. There's no, like, sit-down button, but... So I gotta watch out for my AoEs, but I like the Fire Mage quite a lot. I like the way the staff looks. It looks sweet. I like the way she looks. Is there a... Oh, no. It doesn't matter where you hit them. I like the potions now, actually. I think they need to be a little bit more, but that's maybe just because I'm using a weak one. I wish you could switch weapons mid-battle. I mean, you can't, right? No, I don't think so. Can I put 2 weapons on my bar? Increases horse turning by 10%. Okay, so if we go to pets and we look at the mount, not pets, but the mount. Summoning the mount. Is there a way to, yeah, how do you do the horseshoe or whatever? Oh, that's the bag slot. This must be trinkets or rings. I have 112,000 somehow through quest turn-ins or something. Let's look at the options for sound. I don't like control as a mouse key. I think I want to move it to middle mouse. First of all, yeah, I'm going to do middle mouse because I think that key's working on this mouse really well. Yeah, it wasn't on my old mouse, but yeah, it does. And I can just like, yeah, but I'm going to be like, okay, I want to do, oh yeah, that's much easier. I can just get the mouse when I want. Yeah. So then, yeah, and I don't want control because I'm constantly trying to sprint. I keep hitting the control key and it keeps fucking with me. So, but I do want the run forward key. There's no reload key in this, but so is there an auto run in this? Middle mouse is best, yeah. And then auto run. No auto run in this game at all. No auto run in this game at all. Why would there be no auto run? Because you have to like chart which way you want it to go. That's kind of interesting. No more auto run because they don't want bots. Bots have to like open up a menu, like get on a mount. I mean, a bot can do this, but I mean, and it's about the same thing really. But yeah, the bot cannot auto mount or cannot auto run. There's such good things in this, such a good anti-bot measures. There's no auto run in this game, which is an interesting choice. I don't know what the bots could do. And there is bots already. One gold cards from market, 2 inventory slots. Oh, the Ordinance stacks? Okay, it's for 2 weeks. It's a buff? Okay. I'm trying to... You can't turn down them groaning. HUD volume I just want up. Ambient down. The birds are too loud. The effect's too high. Yep, better. GGMY. Can I hit him? Nope. Oh no, you're going to die, and I don't know why. Run, run, run for potion cooldown. Run in circle for potion cooldown. Run in circle for potion cooldown. Run in circle for potion cooldown. There it is. Okay. I like the cutting. Fun. Fuck you, die, asshole. I can't see his health bar, though, which is so annoying. No. No! What do you mean? I couldn't see his health bar, so I didn't know to roll away. It's so stupid. Your health bar is totally blocked. It's so annoying. Respawn in the nearest point. A mile and a half away. And I was right at the end, right? 4 more. Alright. Well, I must have pulled a 1 skull. I didn't know he was a skull because I couldn't see the thing was blocking it. It's so annoying. Maybe I should set up with all the stats in the lower right so I can just put this screen right here. Yeah, I don't think I need this right here. Or maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know. It's annoying. Yeah, join that. Enter the arena 5 times. Nice. Rookie Gladiator. Let's see what we can do. I didn't bring a healing staff, which I maybe should have done. But except, I mean, there's no teams in this. I don't think.
Looks like Electronic Art.
Okay.
Okay, what up, friendos? What's going on? How's everyone's day? How we all doing? It looks like
Good.
Electronic Arts, and this is a theme that you'll have noticed over recent years with the quadruple A, the AAA games industry, really displaying that they truly do not know why their products are failing.
I don't have a team. What
not
color am I?
Your typical woke, anti-woke crusade video. Like, that's just such a played out and silly.
You don't even tell me what color I am.
I'm sure some of those elements play a factor for some games, but as is proven by games that are overtly in one direction or the other being successful or failures, obviously that's not the reason why things are the way that they are. The reason why things are the way that they are, we'll get into in a little bit in the video, but my opinion is that it's just a case of saturation. It's a case of the market being more competitive and fierce than it's ever been. Companies spending a decade saying that they need to make live service products and multiplayer games and an ever-evolving well of content, and then being shock horror, surprised Pikachu face when single-player games sometimes aren't selling as well as they'd hope. Because, I mean, you've created this world by making everyone play live service games and constantly drink from the same pool that they paid for or is free to play. And then you're surprised when they're full up, when they're not thirsty anymore, when stuff releases that isn't a Game of the Year contender. But this is Electronic Arts, another, you know, one of the big legacy publishers, probably one of the biggest companies in video games, has been for many years. And kind of like Ubisoft, doing and saying the same things like Warner Bros. Does with their video game sector, saying, oh, live service, live service, live service. If it's not live service, that's why it failed. If it isn't live service, we should make it live service, because they don't understand that these are things that people can enjoy, and these are things that
right now these are empty, which I think is so good. I'm gonna farm. I'm gonna cap once, and I'm gonna farm for 10 minutes, and I get really, really good loot. I love it in here, actually. This is the best battleground I've ever been in. You can farm in here.
Electronic Arts thinks cutting Dragon Age the Veilguard's live service components was a mistake. Now, I played Veilguard. Unlike a lot of people
I'm
who
blue.
have criticisms and opinions on Veilguard, I played the game. I played all
I'm gonna cap
the
again in
Dragon Age
case
games.
somebody
I've
can come
finished
in. I don't
all
think
the
they
Dragon Age
can, though. I
games.
don't think they have time.
I've not yet.
I think I'm in
finished
here
Veilguard.
alone.
Will I go back and finish it? Probably at some point. It took me a couple of years after Inquisition came out to finish that game. I wouldn't say I'm like a fan.
I should go
of the
take the
series.
flag just so
Dragon
nobody
Age
else can take
Origins
it.
Was obviously the game.
Or no, I probably can't
It was
farm
an
while-
amazing game. It still holds up to this day
while I
for
have
being
it.
a great game. Dragon Age 2 was not good. I don't care what anybody tells me.
I don't like
Played that
Dragon
game
Age
on
2.
release day, finished it the next day. The game was content light. It was rushed. It was just copy paste of
Yep.
assets, the map design, and everything.
I
was
swear to
terrible.
God, my
It
sound
was
used
a
to
bad
go
game.
so higher than
It
this.
was an okay story. It was okay.
Oh, because my
The thing
fucking
about Dragon
speaker,
Age has
my
always been
speaker.
The world that they built is cool, and the like aspects in the world, but the actual games are worse than what your imagination would be. Dragon
Yeah.
Age would probably make great books, because aside from the first one, which had not great gameplay but had a great story, they're not great games. Dragon
No, they're
Age
not.
Inquisition,
I don't think they're great
I
games.
finished it
No.
a couple of years after release. I played it when it came out for like 40 hours. Didn't finish it. Came back to it a couple of years after release. Finished it. Went and played it last year, start to finish. Finished it like 60-something hours or whatever. That is a bad game.
Yeah,
care what
I don't
anybody tells me,
think
it's
that's
not
a good
aged
game.
Well, it is not a good
Nope,
game.
it's not a good
so
game.
for fans
Oh, thank
of the
God.
Dragon Age series, what have you got? You've got
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I can't stand EA. Never
got
good.
Origin, which was admittedly a great game, a long ass fucking time ago, and then you've just got mediocre,
Yeah.
you know, stopgaps. It's cheap imitations.
Yep.
And then obviously you look at BioWare as a company, and what have you got with them? Like, the last time BioWare was making good games was a decade ago. Everything after that's just been not very good. So it's not very surprising when they release their latest installment of a series that's been perpetually mismanaged and not very
Tomato
good.
seeds.
And it's not very good. Shock. Crazy, right? Who knew that wasn't going to sell well after the fact that the other games in BioWare's roster have not been good for years? But obviously, it wasn't worse because of live service not being there. That would have made it even worse. It was a bad game because, I mean, it wasn't even that bad of a game. It's just compared to what else is available on the market, it's just mediocre. There's just no reason to play it.
Yeah.
Unless you're like a die-hard Dragon Age fan, which, again, if you are, I mean, kudos to you for sticking it out. I guess there's so many better games out there. There's
Kudos
so
to
many better
you for
stories if
sticking
you
it
like
out.
reading books or watching TV shows or whatever. That I personally don't see a need in the market or like where this is filling, and that's kind of, I guess, why the game.
Yeah, I think a
industry
bunch of
is how it
single
is,
player
like,
gamers don't really have good taste. Like I really do. I think a bunch of single player gamers, they just don't have good taste. They didn't grow up on live service, so they don't know how good a WoW is, or like a ESO or a 14 or an Eve or whatever. And they have a whole bunch of mini games included in the game, and it's just like really a lot better. I would say WoW's mini pet battles system was better than Pokemon's entire run. Still to this day, I still think WoW's fucking mini pet system is still better than Pokemon. It's deeper and a lot more fun. And it's weird because you're like, oh wow, this live service game outdid Pokemon. And you're just like, you don't want to admit this, and you're not happy about it. You're like, why? How did WoW outdo Pokemon? But I mean, like, yeah, like single player games are not always so good. They're like not really that good. My standards now have been raised by live service so high that when a single player game like Horizon Zero West doesn't have fucking arrow drop, like Rust, I'm like, this game's worthless, and I find it impossible to play. Even and they spent so many hundreds of millions of dollars on that. The fuck was that? That was my phone? Yeah. Where is my phone? The fuck is my phone at? I'm gonna turn this heating pad off because it's been on too long. You've kept me warm, heating pad, but your job is done. Where is my phone? I don't see it, and I should. I don't see you. Where are you, phone? I don't know. That's odd. Sort of odd, but I should see my phone, and I heard my phone, but I don't see my phone. Maybe I'm sitting on it. Yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe it fell. Yeah. No, it's not falling. So yeah. Oh, there's my phone. I was like, what the hell? What was that sound? Capture the flag. I'm still standing here, but I have hit the middle mouse by mistake. Nope, I can't walk because I have hit my keyboard button. Yes, this seems better. You know, it seems warmer in here, and I want to take this jacket off. I don't think it's going to snow as bad tonight. And I think these blankets are enough. I don't like wearing my fucking winter jacket. It constricts my arms and makes it harder to game. There, much better. Okay, so, yeah, get the camera on, and the sound is on, and all the shit is balanced. Every software problem that could happen while my back was turned did happen, and I don't trust software developers. I constantly have to retweak knobs that never ever get changed by me. Like my sound knobs, I constantly have to retweak them because they're constantly changing. It's so annoying. I think no, it's fine, but that thing, no, this is perfect. This is perfect. Yes, much better. I mean, no, the sound effects are on this game are too loud. Yes, we can see some issues there. I gotta fix it because my speaker was too low. I couldn't balance it. Now I gotta move you to get to this and fix the sound options. Effects, no, it's gonna be HUD volume should be at 30. Notification volume should probably be higher. Effect volume should be is still too high. It should be like 7. Apply. We could do level 1 ambient or like 2. Let's try 3. Yeah, but very low. Yeah, I don't even barely where I want to hear it. Yep, there we go. Nope, that's still too loud. The HUD is that HUD or notification? Let's try notification. Nope, that's still way too fucking loud. HUD to 10, 12. Is it this one? No. So it's not notification volume, which I would like to have up. It's you. There, where you don't like blast us. Try like 10. Yeah, that's about right. Try 10 for you as well. Yeah, had to balance the sound a lot better. Sorry guys, a lot of sound issues today. I apologize. It's never perfect. Most days I'm pretty good. Yep, I do win. I am the winner. I knew it. I knew it, baby. You didn't have to tell me. Arena battle box thingy. Crossbow. Anvil breaker. It's a named green. Some kind of named green. I take a free ride back, but I still have to go all the way the fuck back out there. I shouldn't have died that late in the quest. It's so annoying. I'm learning. But again, I ride death all the time. I didn't know that was a 1-star because I couldn't see because the video was blocking his fucking health bar. I'm learning how the game runs. God, the graphics are good. The graphics are really good, like New World. The graphics are like way better than a third-party game company should be. And it's weird, but Unity does do good graphics, I would say. Rust is one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. But so is this, I think, a little bit, in some ways. The land features seem more realistic a little bit. I don't know. So we're going out to... you want me to do out there? Yeah, out there. So, okay, take me to there. Yeah. Mount. And up to run. Cool. This is better than... you know, I suspected that a game better than... what's this game I have? Shadows of Doubt was going to come out. And this is it. You can see you can just autopilot for whatever this is, whatever the amount of time is.
Right now is that these companies are throwing more and more money behind these projects, thinking, oh, we have a space in the market because this game did well, or, you know, this prior game in the franchise did well, without asking themselves, like, where exactly does this fit? Who is this for? Who's going to play it? Because if you've got a mediocre single-player RPG at this point, who's fucking buying it? Like, I'm not joking when I say every single one of us has thousands. Even if we ignore all the forms of media and all the stuff you could be doing with your day, jerking off, fucking going and touching grass, spending time with friends or family, ignore all the other things, TV shows, movies, comics.
Oh, look, I got even more chests.
It is, and just focus on video games. Who's spending $70 in 2025 on a mediocre, like 6 or 7 out of 10 video game? Even if you ignore all the noise around Dragon Age, Veilguard, and whatever new other AAA game comes out and does well or not well, who the fuck is just buying these things day one? I don't know anyone who does. I sincerely don't. I haven't done for many years. Maybe that's a bubble problem. But as is displayed from the record amount of games that are coming out and not doing well, companies are just throwing money at things, thinking this is just going to come out and do well. That's not where the industry is. It hasn't been where the industry is for years, and it's going to take years for them to catch on and figure it out and get to where we are, because it takes 3 to 5 years to develop these games. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on them, and they're only just figuring out that the market shifted, that there's no room for mediocrity anymore, and if there is, it needs to be cheap, because they need to be able to recover their costs easier. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a single player game now is not great. So maybe that's why they think they needed a live service, so they could milk what they already had. But the information they give here and their takeaway from it is so fucking delusional. And I do love some delusional AAA video game takes. So let's read it. Dragon Age Veilguard had a strong launch and solid reviews. Somewhat, I guess, depending on which reviews you use. Games journalists liked it, and it got review bombed. I think the general consensus of, like, not journalists and not review bombers was that it was just not a great game. It was not even a very good game. It was like a 6 or 7 out of 10, which is fine. Like, people make out like Veilguard is an abomination, like it's the worst game ever made.
No.
It was just okay.
It was alright.
It's not offensive. It's not fucking good. It's just okay, and that's fine. But obviously, the discourse online surrounding it was like, "This is the worst game ever made. How have they ruined Dragon Age, a storied franchise that hasn't been good since the first one ever?" It ultimately fell significantly short of EA's sales expectations because the sales expectations are wrong, leading to a dramatic downsizing of BioWare. Deserved. I'm sorry to say this, and I don't like people losing their job, but at the end of the day, I don't know how BioWare have survived to now, because they haven't made good games in years, like I said. As expected, the company addressed the question of what went wrong during today's quarterly financial call, and it sounds like CEO Andrew Wilson thinks the decision to ditch the live service elements of Belgard was a mistake. Fucking delusional. So he says, Q3 was not the financial performance we wanted or expected. Wilson said during today's financial call, "We know as a leader in global entertainment, great titles, even when built and delivered with polished execution, can sometimes miss our financial expectations, make better games. In order to break beyond the core audience, games need to directly connect to the evolving demands of players who increasingly seek shared world features and deeper engagement alongside high-quality narratives in this beloved category." No, they don't. Dragon Age had a high-quality launch and was well-reviewed by critics and those who played. However, it did not resonate
I can
with
chop
a
trees
broad enough
now.
audience in this
Oh, very good. I
highly
can chop
competitive
trees now.
market. So this part's right. It did not resonate with a broad enough audience in this highly competitive market because it wasn't a good game. It was an okay game. And there's space for okay AA games. There's space for okay indie games.
Not space for slop and
$70,
triple A-ness. No.
hundreds of millions of dollars to recoup
No.
AAA narrative-based single-player game. There isn't. If you think there is,
not there.
you don't deserve a job in this industry, especially as an executive of one of the biggest companies in the industry. You are fucking delusional. Like, the idea that people are seeking shared world features and deeper engagement in single-player games is just... I don't know what to tell you guys. There are people who play single-player games, and there are people that play multiplayer games. There is a massive crossover between the two, but single-player games don't have to be multiplayer games. There doesn't have to be shared anything. For the same reason, a book doesn't have to be a movie. Like, they're there to be enjoyed in different ways, and you can make both of them as long as you make them well. Like, this idea everything suddenly has to be online, we know why they're doing it. It's because they can basically extract maximum amount of value for minimum amount of effort and content. Because if you can make something that people are constantly on the wheel, you don't have to keep fucking greasing the wheel. Like, you don't have to make new wheels. I guess you do have to grease the wheel. Bad analogy. You just don't have to make new ones. And it makes me laugh. It really does. Because, like I said earlier, the games industry has spent over a decade at this point telling us we need live service, everything has to be live service. And then when everything is live service, they're surprised when people don't buy new games. Because this is partly a problem of their own creation. What they did was they made less single-player games. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty. I'm not like a doomer or whatever. There's still fucking way more than you could ever play as a normal adult with a life. But they put more effort into keeping you on other games for longer, spending more, and then they're surprised when you do that. Like, am I taking fucking crazy pills, or is this exactly what they wanted in the first place? You don't get to make loads of live service games where this is how people consume games now. The majority of game hours in the world are on games as a service. They're on the Dotas and the League of Legends and the Valorants and the gacha games that are constantly evolving, and the MMOs and the ARPGs and things. That's where most people are spending their time nowadays. So how are you surprised when people are doing what you told them they needed and gave to them? It's very confusing when you're looking at it from like a perspective of somebody who does this. We were talking about this in my Discord earlier. I sincerely, again, I don't know who's buying AAA games day one, because I play Dota, I play Counter-Strike, I play Path of Exile, I play World of Warcraft whenever there's a new update or whatever, I play RuneScape. I go back. I play Rust when there's a new update, whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone that I know has a
He has good
roster
taste.
of games that
Yeah.
like are updated throughout the year.
Yep, that's
that
what
they
I'm
go back
doing.
to.
That's
And
what
maybe
these
they'll
5
play for
games
2
are.
weeks, and then they'll move on to the next one that's in their roster.
Yep, like Rust, Eve, FFXI, Once Human. Yeah, I'm creating a Once Human character and it hasn't kicked me out because it doesn't need to. Type 2. Let's do her with blonde hair. No, let's do her with blonde hair. There we are. Body is the other one. Height should be tall. Fitness should be skinny, long legs. Yep. Make a little chunkier of a girl. Yeah, not fat, just like there. Yeah. Hair and makeup. We'll do her makeup too. Freckles, skin texture, nose, eyes. Yep. Eyebrows, hairstyle, hair colors, gradient color. Yep. Now we enter a name, which will be annoying. Could do that, but I would prefer to get this and start from there. Can we do this? Nope. Okay. TYT TV. There, YT TTV. That name already exists. Damn it. There, sold. So
Liquid nitrogen, -1.
Loud. That is not the color of hair I chose at all, but I can put down a fucking mirror. That is not the hair I chose at all. What happened here? Maybe you're just loading? Oh, no, yeah, you're just loading. I was like, what the hell? Why do I have black hair? Okay. Ooh, yeah, I'll take it all. Yeah, yeah, nice. Oops. What are we doing? Whoa, that load. Yeah, these settings are a little high. We're going to definitely change them. So, settings, video, sound, master lower, music off, sound effects, dialogue, vehicle, radio, piano, stream. And then we'll come to graphics and we will do performance and we will look at very high. We'll go all the way to very low. Confirm. Yeah, it's fine by me. You go ahead and load. That's so good. Oops. Wow. These things pay good XP. Nice, level 13. Do I get another thingy for my staff or whatever? Yes, I do. I get Elemental Zone Staff Active Skill. Opens an area with a 6-meter radius at the desired location. Enemies touching this area take magic damage instantly if I was for 5 seconds. Confirm. If the effect duration becomes 7 seconds, expands the radius. Deals damage. Deals extra damage. Duration. I'm gonna do duration. Can't do duration. Have I taken care of the most previous, or sorry, the most recent ship? I'm currently at the station, but we're looking at anything else that should be out, like him. Yeah. You should be auto mining. Ice flashpoint confirm. And out you go. We are off to do, yep, to do advanced electronics. That's good. So, oh, cool. So, yes. So, once human, 36%. We have a new ability we put on our bar. This thing, this magic vortex should be replaced with this thing. I want instance first, and then they seem to like ground effects a lot. I hate these. Yeah, I hate these. I really dislike these. Which one am I doing? It's kind of unclear. It's kind of annoying. That one looks like that. They really, you cannot tell them different. It's dumb. That hurt him, but it didn't dot him. Getting enough abilities where you, like, I feel like I have, like, an opening now. Frames aren't doing so good, but that's because Almost Human is, like, doing its recache thing, and it's holding us up. My system doesn't like this much. Yeah, my system does not like this. It's like the encoding is overloaded, and I get it. But you also need to do the shading compilation and get it over with. There it is. So AMD FSR, NVIDIA DLSS, Intel ZS. We're going back to NVIDIA DLSS. Frame generation on, low latency off, super resolution should not be off. I want you on, actually automatic would be best, yeah. Low, render scale, low, 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 very low, disable motion blur, disable low, apply. Restart the game for new settings to be applied. Okay, we can do that, yeah, I suppose. I would like to go out of the starter zone, but yeah, you seem to be affecting this rather negatively the way that you're currently graphically configured, so we'll just get out of you, and then we'll see what it does for the performance of this game when that game is gone. This game's still sitting at like 60 FPS because the settings are way fucking high for how boring a game this is, or not boring, but like visually boring a game this is. So I don't know what I can buy frames with. I think it's going to be shadows. I like the shadows, and they add to the scene quite a lot. They make the game seem a lot better than it actually is. When this game comes to GeForce Now, I will be able to turn the settings up a bit, but right now, currently, I will need to make some, what do they call this, concessions. And so we will make some concessions here in the graphics under probably shadows. Contact shadows off. Shadow range. Can we turn the shadow range down? Yeah, turn the shadow range down. Maybe that's part of it. DLSS is on quality, but I wouldn't mind if you actually gave me... Let's see what performance looks like. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like. Go back to tab so I can see a full screen. Yeah, ultra settings on performance. Yeah, it's looking good. Oh, that one's nasty, isn't it? Yeah, I'm a nasty fire mage. We have killed lots of dudes. We can leave this place. Add a skill stone to an ability. What is a skill stone? Press the K key to open the skill screen. You can add one skill stone to each active skill here. Press the I key to open your inventory and add the skill stone to the slot next to the skill you wish to enhance. I think that would be this fire path. I would like to focus on fire path, and that's it. I only want instants. I don't want these cones that I have to aim or anything like that. So maybe we'll do other abilities out of the other chart, like a little couple of ice abilities as opposed to those fire abilities. Maybe there's an instant out of the ice chart that I can use. We are looking for a skill stone. Is that what we're looking for here? Is there a search? Skill stone, skill stone. Fast stun. Oh, it's a skill stone. Okay. So, open up this. I want to use a skill stone. How do I do that? Press the K key to open the skill screen. No, skill screen to each. You can add one skill stone to each. Oh, I see skill stones. I see. So fast stun. Oh no! Don't play the forest. No, don't play the forest. It's horrible. Fire path, magic vortex, elemental zone, fire path. Enemies touching this quarter. The fire path is the good one. Yeah, so we'll put the stun on that one. Oh, magical destruction. That's a skill stone too. Oh, gives an extra 2% magic damage. Can only be used on abilities that deal damage. Chance to stun. Chance to knock down an enemy player. Can only be used on abilities that deal damage. Okay, chance to knock down. Chance, but can only be used on abilities that deal damage. 10% chance to stun is no good compared to just extra 2% magic damage. So I'm just going to use that on my fire path. I will put an occasional stun on this elemental zone. So if it goes off, I'm happy, but I really fucking doubt it. 10% chance to stun, I really don't care about that. Yeah, and then 10% chance to knock down. There we go, cool. Nice, can we take these out? Yes, we can. I like that. I like that. Spell stones. Interesting new mechanic. Not bad. Can I pump levels or anything? No, I just have to like keep leveling and stuff. I don't really understand very much. But so if I don't like these abilities, can I get another instant cast? Arcane Blast. As opposed to Magic Vortex. Can we remove the stone? We have put points into this, which I think was a mistake. Previous skill must be level 1. What do you mean previous skill? How do I switch? Oh, I have to like reset and then start with this one. And once you... Okay, you can't splash. I would have made it so you could splash. But okay, never mind then. So we have... Oh, critical increase, magical destruction, placement. I want you to sort by type again because I want to be able to see these stones, all that I have. Oh, I have a bunch of them. Physical booster, physical damage, 2% extra crit chance all the time. Removes all bad effects with a 10% chance. Can only be used on healing abilities. Gives an extra 2% magic damage. So yeah, that would be preferable. We would like you to have damage overall, I think. Damage is king. Crit chance is also really good. It's better than that 10% chance to stun. Stun does no damage. So stun's good for PvP, but I wouldn't say it's too good for PvE unless you have a really good stun gem. Gives a 10% chance to knock down an enemy player. That's good, but it's not good enough. Physical booster. Okay, it's a good RPG. It's got solid RPG foundations and stuff. Used in crafting and stuff. Yeah, okay. Gonna spend a lot of time here. Yeah, game's running well. Sometimes I think it might actually benefit this performance to give it a little bit of scaling. So let's take a look at that, as opposed to upscaling being off, because I do use the lossless sometimes, but I want you on performance, and I want you on performance, and I want you to give all of these clients that are running off of my actual core a break. So we're going to move you to performance. Yeah. I don't want you taking any bandwidth at all. Yeah. The least amount of bandwidth you possibly can do. I still have texture quality. Yep. Also, the UI glow intensity and the UI glow and quality should be high. Because I like the UI glow. It's the one thing I do like out of all those settings. Makes the game a little bit more pleasant for me. And they don't have a lot of... I don't think it has a lot of reach. Game looks crappier, but the game's running. Yep. This game looks good. I don't think we need it in performance, however. It seems a little blurry, and that bothers me, but I think it was a good idea to run this DLSS2, DFSR1, DLSS2 performance. Don't think I want performance. I think I want balanced. Yeah. Yeah, looking a bit better. Sitting at 62, which isn't amazing. But, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on in this scene right now. There's a lot of mobs. Probably in other places the frames get better. There is like 200 mobs on screen right now, so that nobody ever waits to fight. Which I respect. I do respect that. I like that they aren't aggroed or anything. So what else do I need to do for this quest? It's like... I received some news. So now we go back to town. We're done with this quest. Now, can I just fast teleport back? I can, and it's 16k. I'm not feeling that rich yet, so... Now, we pumped this ability a bunch, so let's just see how it feels. Yeah, it feels good. A little bit 2% more damage, a little 64, 30 and stuff. They use the same damage font as New World, which is sort of interesting. But you couldn't say that it's a bad damage font, I suppose. It just isn't my favorite. Oh, I have an axe now, so I can do the paper thingy. I'm supposed to get sycamore wood and birch paper wood, mature birch paper. That's a quest. Get 10 birch paper wood. There's 3 birch paper wood. Get 10 birch paper wood. Birch paper wood. Sycamore. I don't really like the axe chopping. It's about his... well, I don't know, actually. It seems alright. Collect 5 wood. That's probably some loot. Are the trees real? No. They are when you're walking at them, but... Oak white. Sycamore. Young sycamore. 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 I need birch paper wood and sycamore. Oh no, I got the sycamore out of the way, I guess. Oh no, 10 sycamore wood. I have 9 out of 10. Good. There was a bunch of coin sycamore wood. I don't like that thing in the upper right corner. I wish they would change that. And it doesn't stay long enough either. Oak white, but we're looking for birch paper wood. Oops, I suppose you didn't chop the tree down. Okay. What are the 2 little blue dots underneath the circle? Oh, it has a help bars. Oh, each circle has a help bar. Okay. Sycamore, birch paper. Of medium quality. Get 10 birch paper and wood of medium quality. Low quality. Sycamore. Old birch paper. Low quality. Low quality. Low quality. Mature oak white. I suppose with better skills you probably get better yield. Old birch paper. Low quality birch paper, probably because of my skill, so I probably have to like level. Oh, normal luck essence. Ooh. All these scammers. I'm hungry. I should make a drink or a protein drink. Where am I now? How do I center? Movement, zoom, rotation. Add a new tag with control left click. Oh, cool. Hey, you can put tags in and stuff. So kill the tag though. Yep. Control marking. Oh, I can mark. I can mark for other people. Ah, I can mark for other people. Well, I'm gonna go north, I guess. Yeah, I'm going north. And I'm traveling back to town. I could fast travel this, but I don't care about the travel. The trees look pretty good. The graphics seem a little high. I wouldn't mind getting 120 frames, so maybe we turn it down a little bit until we get that. With all these clients on, it might actually be stressing my computer like a little too much. I'm currently in ultra, so let's try medium, which is going to mess all of these fucking settings back up. Horizon, ambient occlusion, TAA. What's the choices? Oh yeah, TAA. Teslization. Shadow quality should be off and, well, on, but low. Contact shadows should be on, yeah, and the micro shadows should be on, yeah, but but motion blur should be off, and yetting, yeah. And so the DLSS is on quality. We're trying to buy frames here. That's the main vibe. Buying frames however we can. Yeah, a little better. 150. Oh no, I'm sorry. 8780. 86 frames in medium. Let's see how the game looks. Game still really looks pretty good. It's getting better performance than it did. Gotta check my stream stuff. I am currently in the Quinfall channel. Yeah, with viewers, live streaming, 14 views, we uploading, and we're getting towards the end here on that. We listened to Kira on a long ride, like a long Daggerfall ride.
So they'll play for 2 weeks. And then maybe a new one comes out, and they'll play that for 2 weeks or a month. And then they'll go and play the new indie game, and then they'll go play an RPG from their Steam library that they bought 6 years ago and didn't play yet, or something that came out a year ago but is now on a 50% sale. Aside from like a handful per year of the Game of the Year contender, single player, $70, $80 games.
Oh, I'm north. Oops, I want to be going south.
I don't know who's buying these things. I don't know who these things are for, and I don't know who has the time for them when they're not, again, the Game of the Year contenders. I sincerely don't get it. If I didn't do YouTube for a living, you know, that can be argued, I guess. Do I even do that anymore? Because I never release videos. If I didn't do YouTube, I wouldn't have bought Dragon Age Veilguard. I wouldn't have bought that game because I'd have just waited for it to be like $10 and then bought it and played it in like a weekend or whatever. I wouldn't have bought the game day one, and I did that because I just wanted to see, like, is it as bad as people are making it out to be, or is it just another installment in the forever disappointing Dragon Age franchise, which is what it turned out to be. So. I just don't know who's buying this, and why anybody who works in the industry that's perpetuated what the industry now is surprised. Yeah. Especially because the indie games market is so big now, and they're releasing games that are not live service.
No, but they're almost as good. They're almost as good.
And
like X4 Foundations.
Like, you go play Slay the Spire
X4,
now.
Slay the
Obviously,
Spire.
the game's very different from when the game first released.
It is different, yeah.
And the game, you can play that game for hundreds of hours without any new content. And there's fucking thousands of indie games like that. You can go play Project Zomboid, that's being updated like fairly frequently. Go play Dwarf Fortress. These games that you can play for hundreds, thousands of hours. RimWorld, things like that. And it's like, who the fuck has time and money for anything
$60
that's not
Veilguard
you already want to play? What you're already playing?
There's so many thousands of games out there,
like getting rave reviews. Like, I just finished yesterday. I just rolled credits on Kingdom Come Deliverance. I played the like combat alpha of that game when it was on Kickstarter or whatever, like years and years and years ago, to the point where I don't even remember when it was. And I just played it and finished it. I started it 3 days ago. I finished it last night at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Nice.
Just so that I can play the second one, because it looks like the second one's getting great reviews. Everyone loves it. The first one was really good, but it was obviously like a janky, like cheap, not cheap to be like a dick, but you know what I mean? Like, the game didn't have like a huge budget or whatever. And all I was hoping for is, is number 2 just going to be a more polished version of this? Because if it is, that's fantastic. And it's like, that's the type of games people are spending their money on.
Yeah.
They're the games that are going to do super well. It sold 1 million copies in the first day. 1 million people have logged into the game. And that's just a single-player game that's just well made by people who love what they do. They've got something, they know who it's for, they're making it for those people, and they just iterated upon what they'd already done and seen success with. And there's no bullshit with it. There's no like live service being shoehorned in. There's nothing like that. They're the type of games. It's like building upon your own success. Whereas companies like EA have coasted on decades past success. Like, the only reason EA is really even a relevant company nowadays is through games that are no longer good, and a sports division that is just a bunch of people who buy the same game every year that don't buy any other games. They're just sports fans who play like an EA game.
Yeah,
and that's
Rocket
what they
League.
do, and then they spend loads of money on the cash shop in those games.
For some reason, they all play Rocket League. Fortnite, Rocket League, Siege. My old guild leader, my old clan leader was like this, Tay. He played Rocket League, Siege. They're all like this. They play Clash of Clans, Rocket League, Siege, Grand Theft Auto, all the sports games like MLB and MLB the finals or whatever it is. I forget the name of the. Yeah, is it the finals? That was a good game. My friend encouraged me to play that game. I played that game once. Yeah, it was pretty good. And I respected that. Those are gamers. They're real gamers. They clock the same sort of hours I do and stuff, but they just have, they have sports taste, which is fine. I don't hate on those people. They're good. They tend to be sports gamblers, I've noticed, and they like Clash of Clans for some reason. A little bit younger, usually younger, like age like 20 to about 30. That's like the Zoomers, I think. Yeah, they're like Zoomers. Good people. Good people. I think of them as not as intelligent as the previous generations, but not because that but not in knowledge. Like, in knowledge they're just equal as any others, right? But they were a bit of the iPad generation, so they don't need to retain information very much, because they can just go get it. They can just go get whatever information it is. So they didn't spend a lot of time retaining information, which I think was harmful to their development a bit. But I mean, to their credit, they can just go Google whatever the fuck it is they need. I'm not sure that really that we do need to retain all this information. I think that's what books and writing stuff down is for. And when you need something, you go get it. I am not a hater about their brain rot. I mean, I am when I see them do dumb stuff. I'm like, it's the brain rot. But I mean, I'm not that much of a hater on the brain rot, because I understand that they don't need to retain this information. They can just go to Google and ask it what pi is. They don't need to memorize pi like my best friend did. They don't need to do that. Robe. Robe. Oh, I don't know. Equipped is robe, but these are... Oh, yeah, so I take this one, which is... oh, it is an upgrade. Nice, it's an upgrade. Cool. Confirm. They gave me a whole set that's an upgrade. So go back to tab. They gave me a whole set, which I've never seen in an MMORPG before. They're just like, fuck getting one item. Here's an entire mage set that is absolutely double the eye level of what you were wearing, which is just insane. Better than an epic. Yep. Take it. Take it. Take it. They gave me a whole fucking new purple set, I guess. Let's see how it looks. Hey, I like it. Hey, cool. Yeah, in the light, it looks good. Let's get like a lantern on her boobies. Hey, yeah, she's got a cool purple necklace, and ooh, yeah, she's got a very risque skirt. She's wearing garters and stuff. Yeah, it must be cold out here because it's fucking winter. These garters in winter. But anyways, yep, Do a little bit of the upskirt. Yep. I don't know if you can remove this UI, but I wish I could right now because the UI is blocking the upskirt shot. But yeah. She's got a nice body. I like her hair. She reminds me of Sombra a little bit. Yeah, she got a Sombra vibe going on there. I've noticed a lot of these people kind of have like interesting hair. I kind of look like a raver, like mixed with like Ren Fair person. It's like Ren Fair raver. I like my Ren Fair raver vibe. I like my Ren Fair raver vibe. It's definitely interesting. So nature's healing is abundant in meadow. Dungeons. By experiencing dungeons tailored to your level, you can obtain special items and more powerful equipment. Okay, cool. I'll do a dungeon, sure. 7,000 coin, character experience. You should come over. Blah blah. You want to talk to me again? I think I want to dump in the bank before I do anything else here in terms of forward movement. I don't know. I guess I should take the quest though, so I know where to go next. The hero of the town. When you reach level 10, Scout Eleanor calls you to her side and tells you you're a hero of the town. She tells you that the town is grateful to you and that you can get a house here. However, you need to meet the town's craftsmen to organize your home. Talk to the townspeople. Confirm. You want me to build a home now. I'm going to live in this town for a little while. I like this game. I really like this game. I like this game a lot more than what was it called? Project Gorgon, or a lot of these other ones. Like oh god, there was a bunch that impressed me. I think I like this game definitely more than like Nightingale and stuff. This game's got the depth that I'm looking for. So let's get a house in this town. So where do I go? You aren't really giving me an indicator. To talk to the townsfolk, approach any villager and press the E key. So, but you're not like, okay, you want me to talk to a villager, do you? Our land is fertile, blah, blah, blah. Okay, talk to the townsfolk, but you're not indicating about who you want me to talk to, though. Oh, this person? Okay, Watcher Eleanor. Meet the cook. Meet precious metal. Okay, meet the cook. The cook can give you a counter. You can place it in your home to produce delicious meals. The ingredients in the cook's shop help you in cooking. Oh, yeah. $2 million on that dungeon run. What level are you? G10, yes. There's a chef. Talk to the chef. I want to buy a level 1 cook workbench, I guess. Buy for 60. Level 1 cook workbench for 63,000. That's a bit of a hefty dollar. But okay. We can do so. How much can I vendor these things to the vendor for? Can I do that? How much do you offer for these things? 65? I mean, that's better than probably what I can get off the vendor, but... Or, sorry, off the auction house, but it gives me a little bit of a better frame of what I want to ask. I think I'm probably going to ask for 500, or I'm going to ask for 1,000 gold. Seems like 1,000 gold seems like a real amount of money. So, I will ask for 1,000 gold whenever I sell something, and I'm just going to take all of this to the market. I don't care about a lot of... Oh, I guess I do care. I do care. Did I spend that money? No, I don't think I did. Oh no, did I buy 3 of them? I did. I wasted money. Oh no. Can I sell the thing back to him? No. I misclicked and I bought 3 cook workbenches for some fucking reason, and I'm dumb. Well, I mean, how much was that? That was like 60k or whatever. I'm gonna sell it for 50. I'll sell it for 100 is what I'll do. I'll sell them for 100. Here's the market. You can place the counter found in the armor in your home to produce armor with it. Now what? Meet the armor. I should not have... Oh no, you're going to charge me 60,000 each time? What am I going to do? I can't make any money? I'll have to vendor all this crap? What am I going to do? Oh no. I don't have any money. Your system sucks. Why do I have 2 of these? Did I blow a whole bunch of money? I don't know. I don't really understand. You're annoying. So the alchemist will give me an enchanter for the potions. These potions protect your immunity against the universe. The items the alchemist shall also potion production. Where is this at? It's right here. No, that's construction worker. Well, let's make something. I'm getting a little peckish, so I'm gonna make a. I'm going to make a juice drink, and I will be right back. I'm gonna put the trash outside. I don't think that's there. I missed another can. Bottle of milk. Trash outside. So, now to make a drink. Yes. So, again, I need a protein drink. And out? Yeah, I'm out. So, pop this finally. Protein drinks. There we are. I like the guitar. Okay, sorry about that. Had to get me a nice frozen smoothie with protein drink, protein powder.
And that's what they've got going for them. Like, EA don't release games that do super well other than that, outside of like a few every now and again. And obviously BioWare was one of their big studios, and that's fucked now basically. It's a lot of words to not say much, but I find that last bit interesting. It's well known that Dragon Age Veilguard was initially intended to have a substantial live service component, reflecting EA's commitment to live service games. But after Anthem tanked, development was shifted back to a purely single-player experience, which was good. This was the good direction. You just made a bad game. Wilson's comment about players wanting more shared world features and deeper engagement pretty strongly suggests to me that EA views the absence of live service features, rather than any particular failing of Veilguard itself, as the real problem. Delusional. I don't know how you have a job, a very high-paying job, saying this. You're just completely out of touch with your entire fan base. I'm surprised you even have a fan base, but the fact that you do, you don't know what the fuck they want. EA Chief Financial Officer Stuart Canfield echoed Wilson's statements in his own comments on Veilguard. Quote, historically, blockbuster storytelling has been the primary way our industry has brought beloved IP to players. Yeah? The game's financial performance highlights the evolving industry landscape and reinforces the importance of our action to reallocate toward our most significant and highest potential opportunities. I mean, that's like a sentence of saying nothing. You just said, we'll put resources towards what's generating us the most money. Yeah, that's common sense, yeah. Lest there be any doubt, Wilson also noted during today's call that live service represents 74% of EA's business. And anyone would be surprised why they're saying stuff should have more live service. Like, come on, bro. This is not even really newsworthy when you see that stat. Company who makes 74% of their revenue says we should have live service, because that's where we make all our revenue. If you're a hammer, everything's a nail. That's what they're seeing here. Specifically, as reported in EA's Form 8K filing, EA earned $7.347 billion in calendar year 2024, way too much. Of that, $5.449 billion came from live services and other, aka microtransactions in sports games. That's a big chunk of change that you're not going to get from one and done video game sales, and it feels that's what Canfield is referring to when he says most significant and highest potential opportunities, of course, especially since he refers to blockbuster storytelling in the past tense. Dragon Age appears to be done and over, at least for now, but it's a shame. Look what they did to my boy. Look how they butchered my boy. You would have thought, and I definitely did think this back in the day, when Dragon Age Origins came out, I was like, wow, is this what gaming's going to be like in the future? Wow. Just think what things are going to be like in
that's
2,
how
3,
we were.
4, 5, 10 years. And then you look at what we get now from these companies. I'm not saying gaming in general, because gaming has evolved, and what we get from indies now and AA's and companies that otherwise would never have had the ability to make the games that they're making, the things we get from them they're carrying the industry for me, for sure. But the things we get from like the big companies, it's just fucking embarrassing 9 times out of 10. Like, I don't know, bro. There's some studios that always make like good-ish to great games. A lot of Japanese studios make great games. Like if you're like a Yakuza fan, like they're just pumping those out and they're always fun, interesting, cool games. If you're like a Monster Hunter fan, they're coming out, they're always good. If you're a FromSoft fan, they're coming out, they're always good. Final Fantasy's obviously doing super well. There's a lot of like JRPGs and things like that coming out that do well. If you're like a Western AAA single-player game enjoyer, man, it's a fucking it's a mess out there, which is fine. You know, it just basically means that the market's going to decide. Some are going to fail. Many have been doing recently. A lot of really big flops lately in the AAA gaming space, and that just leaves more opportunity for smaller games to come out, do super well, and fill the void that's being left at probably a more reasonable price point. That then puts money into the pockets of people that are making games for gamers, that don't want to just treat you as if you're just somebody who's going to buy live service games forever and somehow still continue to buy and play all of them, even though you've been sold live service games for a fucking decade. But there we go. I think I repeat myself a bunch in this video, but it is what it is. I'm sure some people will understand what I'm saying and resonate with that, and some people will think I'm a
Am I
moron.
gonna reach
But I
36
am just
grand? I don't think so.
a moron making YouTube videos in his office with his cute little Nemo cat. Look at this cute little Nemo cat just sleeping on my desk like always. This tiny little baby. Other than that, guys, hopefully, you know, the video was something for somebody. And if you enjoyed, suggest content you want to see me cover on my social media channels, Discord, Twitter, stuff like that. Patreon, if you want to throw me a few dollars for whatever reason, for nothing, you get nothing extra, and you'll like it. And if you want to buy gamer subs, go to the link in the video description. Look how cool some of these new flavors and stuff look. Sploosh. You can go buy Sploosh. Put it in water, shake it, drink it, get you special waifu cups. They do loads of really cool merch as well now and stuff. They've even got a trading card game, which is fucking wild. Waifu trading card. Never thought I'd see the day. But if you use the link in the video description, you'll get kickback. I'll get... No, why do I fuck that up every time? You get a discount, I get a kickback. It's really easy. I make the money, you spend the money. How the relationship should work. But yeah, thanks for watching as always. See you next time. Peace.
Donald Trump now wants America to level, take over, and own Gaza. Musk and Trump are now pulling almost all USAID workers off the job in what could be a
Are we gonna have to, like, stop this?
devastating and deadly move for millions. And a lobbying group representing Meta is suing to fight a law meant to protect kids online, despite Meta saying they wouldn't. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. So buckle up, hit that like button if you like these big daily dives into the news, and let's start with this. In recent weeks, Donald Trump has said we are buying Greenland, annexing Canada, reclaiming the Panama Canal, and now Trump is saying that we are going to take over and own the Gaza Strip. With Trump yesterday saying he's not trying to be cute, but we could turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East. So let's talk about the details, right? We talked last week about Trump suggesting his plan for the Gaza Strip was to clean out the whole thing. But a direct quote and a proposal that was widely condemned by the international community as illegal and criticized by many as a call for ethnic cleansing. And now, while the details are few, he is fully leaning into the idea. Right, last night we saw him welcoming Israeli PM Bibi Netanyahu to Washington and reaffirming his stance that Palestinians should leave Gaza so it can be rebuilt. But then he went even further, stating much less ambiguously that he sees this as a long-term, if not permanent, exit for the Gazan people. Right, with him also suggesting there that one, it would be the U.S. to take ownership over the territory, and that two, he would not rule out the deployment of American troops. And with all that, it's interesting to see how all of this unfolded, right? It started with Trump's comments during an Oval Office meeting with Netanyahu when a reporter asked if Palestinians would have the right to return to Gaza under his plan, and he said this.
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there.
And then with that, Trump suggested they would build new, beautiful, peaceful places for Palestinians to live in Jordan, Egypt, or elsewhere. He also claimed that these places would be built with massive amounts of money supplied by other people, including very rich nations, and claiming they're willing to supply it. And then, notably, when asked what would happen if Egypt and Jordan said no to him, Trump responded,
Well, I don't think they're going to tell me no. I don't think they're going to tell I think they're going to tell Biden no, and I think they're going to tell other people no.
So you think it will happen at the end?
I think there's a good chance, yeah.
How many people are you thinking about?
All of them. I mean, we're talking
All of
about
them.
probably 1,000,007 people, 1,000,007, maybe 1,000,008. But I think all of them. I think they'll be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying every day.
But then with all that, I do want to note that Egypt and Jordan have actually very firmly stated that they're not interested in taking in hundreds of thousands of people from Gaza. And this, of course, as I mentioned, while the idea has also been widely criticized by all but the most right-wing elements of the Israeli government and some international supporters. With a big key point now being, the Palestinians, by and large, they do not want to leave. With us seeing, for example, one Palestinian professor who's been displaced from his home in Gaza describing Trump's claim as outrageous and adding, Palestinians would rather live in tents next to their destroyed homes rather than relocate to another place, which was also something seemingly backed up by one 29-year-old Gazan speaking to NPR who said, even if there was a place that was 1,000,000 times better than Gaza, and even if I could be sure that life there would be luxurious, I would still be ready to live among the rubble and intense here. And adding, if they come with the army, with military force, I will still never leave. And so, with that, it appears that's why you have outlets like the New York Times explaining that to Palestinians, Trump's proposal would constitute ethnic cleansing on a more terrifying scale than any displacement they have experienced since 1948, which is a big statement. I mean, that is when roughly 800,000 Arabs were expelled or forced to flee during the war surrounding the creation of Israel. But there's also seeing here the head of Amnesty International USA claiming that by removing all Palestinians from Gaza, that would be tantamount to destroying them as a people. With them then going on to say, Gaza is their home. Gaza's death and destruction is a result of the government of Israel killing civilians by the thousands, often with U.S. bombs. Right, but that is not where this ended, right? After that Oval Office meeting, Trump and Netanyahu held a press conference where Donald took things to a whole different level.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all.
And from there, Trump went on to answer questions and say he sees a long-term ownership position for the U.S. and claiming it would be great stability to that part of the Middle East.
What?
Maybe the entire Middle East, and then adding,
We have an opportunity.
See, they just want the Middle East for oil. You're gonna fucking see it. You see? Yeah, you will see. They just want oil so they can fuel their Carmageddon. They don't care about us or us dying. They don't care. They just need fuel for oil, so they keep making their weapons so they can kill each other over blood and oil. It's just stupid. It's it must end. Apparently, I can sell all these potions that I got, which is good. Yeah, let's just go to the blacksmith and sell. Oh no, I can't. She sells, right? The elixir master. Yeah, I think so. So I have too many tier 1 potions. We're gonna sell them for 3,000. These lassos are worth 3,600, and that's that's how you catch horses. And I didn't know I spent a lot of money when I shouldn't have. Okay, these shattered swords, they're worth 2,400. So that's good. Knife fragments. There we go. Where are we at? We're at 31,000. We'll be able to buy the house, I think. Horseshoe, medium quality, increases horse turning by 10%. But how do you apply it? The wood. I can chop wood for good money. Oh, yeah, here. I'll just do that. Sell this worthless fishing pole that I don't want. Worms for fishing. I might actually need those. Simple soup, sunflower, mushrooms, arrows. Yeah, I don't really feel like I need those right now. Quality extract. Let's see. That was 1,800. That puts at 33K. There is items here that I don't really need, like that. I don't think I'll ever need a crossbow, at least not these low, crappy ones. Crimson armor. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the money. And let's see that. Yeah, we'll just take whatever incidental money from that crap. I don't want to sell it. It's a waste of time. Fancy arrows might be worth keeping, but like green, speed up arrows for the bow or whatever. I'm gonna keep those because they're probably actually worth something. What's the most valuable thing? It's those creature extracts. Yeah. So we see that I've got some work to do. I've got like 34K. We're going to rent the house in the square. I like this game. It's got a really good sense of progression, actually. North. Armor. Oh, yeah. I'm going to rent right here in the square across from the bank. Yep, right here. House for rent. You want 36 grand. I've got 34. I'm loath to let go, so I will go chop trees for money. And we see the long grind for what it actually is. And so we go out to wherever the closest trees are. I could auto fish, I suppose, but I mean, I don't know. Oh, look, somebody's been chopping trees. Like, any close to the town at all? No. Can I build, like, right outside the motherfucking town? Like, does that matter? The sound effects are too loud. It is the effect volume. It's just... Something about it is because the sounds are so low quality that they just stand out. They sound like somebody knocking on a door. They don't sound like chopping a tree. That's too loud. How's my money? 700, not bad.
To do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera.
This from you. This from you,
something
Trump.
that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about.
But then with that, when asked who he thinks would live in Gaza, you had him saying that he envisions the world's people living there.
I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will
Don't
live
talk
there.
over
Finally,
him.
when asked about the possibility of sending U.S. troops, he simply said,
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands
When he
and
speaks,
thousands
people
of
are so
jobs.
angry they talk over
And it'll
him.
be something that the entire Middle East can be very
We've
proud
never
of.
had
with all
that
this,
from
we saw
any
immediate
president before.
reactions, people chiming in. You had people like Andrew Miller, for example, a former Middle East policy advisor under Obama and Biden, telling the New York Times, "This is literally the most incomprehensible policy proposal I have ever heard from an American president." With them also saying that the cost of Trump's plan, it would make the $40 billion foreign assistance budget that Trump and Elon Musk call a waste look like a rounding error. And this is you had Aaron David Miller, a former Middle East peace negotiator, noting that Trump's Gaza proposal goes against his avowed opposition to nation building and could undermine his efforts to get Saudi Arabia to establish diplomatic ties with Israel. And that's without mentioning him saying that this provides Russia and China a green light to take over territory as they see fit. But he then also went on to argue that all of the hoopla on the U.S. taking over Gaza caused us to miss the real story from the meeting. Or with him there referring to the fact that there was relatively little discussion about the current ceasefire or negotiating the second phase. And notably, you had Democratic Senator Chris Murphy making a similar point on the U.S. side, writing in a post on X, "A U.S. invasion of Gaza would lead to the slaughter of thousands of U.S. troops and decades of war in the Middle East." It's like a bad, sick joke, but then adding in a separate post, "I have news for you. We aren't taking over Gaza. But the media and the chattering class will focus on it for a few days, and Trump will have succeeded in distracting everyone from the real story. The billionaires seizing government to steal from regular people." But understandably, a lot of the conversation has been around this, including with Democratic lawmakers. Chris Van Hollen, for example, claiming Trump's proposal defies decades of bipartisan American support for a two-state solution and describing it as ethnic cleansing. Chris Coons saying, "That's insane. I can't think of a place on earth that would welcome American troops less and where any positive outcome is less likely." And Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian member of Congress, writing on X, "Palestinians aren't going anywhere. This president can only spew this fanatical bullshit because of bipartisan support in Congress for funding genocide and ethnic cleansing. They're saying it's time for my two-state solution colleagues to speak up." Though also, notably, John Fetterman, probably the staunchest supporter of Israel on the Democratic side, has signaled his openness to Trump's proposal. With that said, moving to the Republican side, we are definitely seeing a lot of confusion there on how to respond. Right? Some seemingly trying to walk the fine line of voicing their skepticism without outright opposing Trump. With Lindsey Graham, for example, saying, "I think most South Carolinians are probably not excited about sending Americans to take over Gaza. I think that might be problematic, but I'll keep an an open mind. But also understand, yeah, there were some that were very gung-ho about this, with, for example, House Republicans like Nancy Mace and Richard Hudson. With Mace posting on X, let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago. With that, then even kind of turning into a trend with Trump's former ambassador to Israel, for example, writing on X, Mara-Gaza or Gaza-Lago. And also saying Trump's proposed USA takeover of the Gaza Strip may sound out of the box, but it is brilliant, historic, and the only idea I have heard in 50 years that has a chance of bringing security, peace, and prosperity to this troubled region. Right? And that is also a stance that we've seen taken by far-right members of the Israeli government. You know, a key thing there being that Netanyahu is under a lot of pressure from these far-right allies to abandon the ceasefire and resume fighting in Gaza to eliminate Hamas. And in fact, one of them already resigned from Netanyahu's government over the ceasefire and hostage deal. You've got another who had previously vowed to topple the government if the war isn't relaunched. But now, Trump's plan might seem to them like an acceptable or even better alternative. Or with one writing, with God's help, we will now act to finally bury the dangerous idea of a Palestinian state. And the other, calling on Netanyahu to announce the adoption of the plan as soon as possible and to begin immediate practical progress. And this is Netanyahu, for his part, seems open, saying Trump has a different idea and he thinks it's worth paying attention to this. So then also with everything here, you have some saying that Trump's comments should not be taken literally. Instead, arguing this is just a negotiating tactic aimed at getting compromises from both Hamas and Arab leaders. So for example, one analyst telling the Times that faced with a choice between controlling Gaza and just maintaining some sort of presence there, it might choose the latter. And then with Saudi Arabia, for example, another expert saying it might give up its insistence on Palestinian statehood in exchange for a deal that preserves Palestinians' rights to stay in Gaza. Though there, I will say, Saudi Arabia quickly rejected Trump's plan and reiterated its stance that it will not normalize ties with Israel unless Israel agrees to the creation of a Palestinian state. But some still think that the Saudi position could change, with some pointing to Trump's first term, for example, when the UAE agreed to normalize ties with Israel in exchange for Israel postponing the annexation of occupied territory in the West Bank. And so ultimately, we're going to have to wait to see where things go from here. And I mean that both long-term and also in the next few weeks. Right? And that because a very big thing is that the first phase of the ceasefire is over at the end of the month. While talks for the second phase are reportedly now underway, there is a lot of ways that this could go wrong, and it's obviously not yet clear exactly what kind of impact Trump's comments are going to have. So in the meantime, I would love to know any and all thoughts, reactions, opinions you have on this in those comments down below, because yes, this is a news show, but I also want it to be a conversation. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment. But first, I've been taking Armor Colostrum for months, and I can genuinely say I've noticed a difference in my immune system, especially through the holidays and the start of winter. And I'll also say, I've noticed my muscle mass getting leaner, I'm experiencing less soreness, and I have a faster bounce back after workouts. And one jar, one ingredient, over 1,000 benefits, right? Our sponsor, Armor Colostrum, it may just be my newest health obsession, because colostrum is essentially nature's OG superfood. It's this crazy nutrient-packed whole food produced by all mammals in the first 48 to 72 hours after birth. Think peptides, antibodies, antioxidants, everything that your body needs to thrive. And Armor Colostrum is a physician-founded brand that's optimized this powerhouse for humans. They deliver over 400 functional nutrients in a super digestible form that supports your gut, immune system, cells, and honestly, way more than I can list here. And what's cool is how it works. It strengthens your body's natural defense system against environmental junk. I just pour this into cold water, or sometimes I'm just taking the powder straight up because I'm weird. But however you take it, it comes unflavored or fine watermelon. You do you. So if you're ready to try it, just head to tryarmra.com/Franco to level up your health and use code DeFranco at checkout to get 15% off your first order. Just click that link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. But then, in other big news we need to talk about, the Trump administration has now effectively shut down USAID. We talked about this whole messy situation earlier this week, and specifically Elon Musk's involvement is totally imploding the 6-decade mission to ensure American security through a wide range of aid abroad. But then, yesterday, the administration said in a notice sent to staff and posted on the USAID website that almost all workers around the world would be put on administrative leave and pulled from postings in the field abroad starting this Friday. Or with the only exceptions there being for what they described as designated personnel responsible for mission-critical functions, core leadership, and specially designated programs who are directed to keep working and will be informed about next steps by tomorrow. So for all other staff posted abroad, which is about 2/3 of the agency's 10,000 employees, the notice says that the State Department is working on a plan to arrange and pay for their travel home. Though notably, the notice did say the agency, seemingly referring to USAID, will consider case-by-case exceptions and return travel extensions based on personal or family hardship, mobility, or safety concerns, or other reasons. Or with that, including the need for the children of employees to finish school, family medical needs, and other reasons. But, as the Associated Press explained, it's unclear who at USAID would be processing those claims or other documents for the removal of thousands of workers abroad, given the fact that most of the agency is being fired or put on leave come Friday. Or how the administration plans to pay for the travel and relocation of those workers and their families, which experts say will cost tens of millions of dollars, given the fact that most agency spending has been frozen. And even if the people who are supposed to process these requests are deemed essential and allowed to keep working, working, the people they're supposed to help are already being cut off from the tools they need to communicate. Or with the AP reporting that many of the aid workers abroad are locked out of email and emergency communications with their own government. And with this specifically, to work around that, employees were told to email a specific USAID official their personal contact information so they could continue to communicate. But there, you had one worker telling CNN that when they did so, they literally got a bounce back email saying the person is also on leave. So as a result, it's been widely reported that USAID workers are scrambling to get everything sorted and leave the countries that they and their families have been living in. With many now saying that despite the administration's assurances, they're still worried about being stranded abroad or left to make their own way home, given how short the time frame is, the general mess and confusion, and the cutoff of communications. And all of this is some staffers are reportedly having to make difficult decisions about pulling their kids mid-school year, others having to give away pets because they don't have enough time to get the proper documentation to relocate them. And this is a very big thing. Reportedly, some have been placed directly in harm's way. For example, one contractor who's posted in an often violent region of the Middle East telling the AP that the shutdown endangered their family because they were unable to reach the U.S. government for help. Or with this contractor saying that one morning they woke up and they had just been blocked from accessing their government email and other systems, including an emergency panic button that was taken off their phone. And so with all of this, we've seen continued uproar from USAID employees, Democrats, and other advocates who have broadly condemned the continued erosion of the agency that culminated in this final straw. And with that, we've seen protests taking place in the nation's capital, where hundreds of demonstrators were joined by Democratic lawmakers who delivered remarks as people reportedly yelled, "Lock him up and do your job." And notably, those are coming as other protests against Trump and Project 2025 are also being planned around the country today, with those being part of a movement that aims.
I think lock him up and do your fucking job is eventually where this is going to go. Lock him up. Where you got he has 34 felonies. There's probably fucking, I don't know how many millions of Americans right now facing that. Just one felony. And they're in jail for 10, 15, 20 years and shit. This guy has 34 felonies. That is jail, and that is life in jail under a system that's real. That is life in jail, and that's where this is probably what's going to spark the revolution, honestly. Not the revolution, but the Civil War, whatever it is. Sooner or later, I think the liberals will have to understand that the system, the power of the system has been reduced to zero because our fucking criminals are able to just stroll free. And that sucks. Sooner or later, they'll have to actually address it. It can't be violence. It must be resistance. Resistance.
To hold 50 protests in all 50 states today, many of which are planned at state capitals. But as far as what happens next with USAID, saying it's really unclear, that is truly the understatement of the year. And by year, I mean the 275 days of January that we have all lived through together. The one thing that just appears certain is that this mass relocation will be a huge fucking mess and put people in challenging and outright dangerous positions. But this also, as it's very likely that many of these actions will be challenged in lawsuits. But as we talked about on Monday, Democrats and experts have argued that because Congress passed legislation enshrining USAID as an independent agency, it can't be shut down without the approval of the legislative branch. And beyond that, as you had the AP explaining, staff being placed on leave include both foreign and civil service officers who have legal protection against arbitrary dismissal and being placed on leave without reason. With them adding there that the union that represents U.S. diplomats has already sent a notice to members saying it was preparing legal action. But for now, we're going to have to wait to see how this absolute shitstorm plays out. But that's the story, and I do want to share my opinion on this, and if you care about this country, please listen to the end. Right? Almost all geopolitical experts agree that the death of USAID means the end of the American century. And all around the world, you have experts expecting that millions of people will die from preventable disease and hunger because of this. Or reportedly, 20 million people will lose access to life-saving HIV medication, and USAID workers predict even more kids will be born HIV positive now. Experts also believe that millions could die from malaria throughout all of Africa, and this is over 100,000 refugees in Thailand are losing access to medical care after several hospitals shut down. It's also unknown just how many Vietnamese kids will step on old U.S. bombs and become victims of a war that ended 50 years ago without USAID's efforts to eliminate them. And all this, do you know how much is allocated to USAID in the federal budget? $38 billion. Do you know how much that costs you, the taxpayer, every year? About $50 a year. It's less than 1% of the budget. And this, as Elon Musk has called the agency, criminal and radical without evidence. And notably, before they took USAID's website down, you can see where every single dollar was going.
No, they just want to kill everybody.
The reason Elon and others would want to take the site down was so they could lie about it and so you wouldn't be able to check. But with all this, I just have to say something really quick, right? This is not a charity or a subsidy. America and these programs, it's not just a big bleeding heart. We do all of this because it's in our own interest. It fights disease before it gets to our borders. It creates new markets for our goods, and it makes people like America. It has created unprecedented soft power and has furthered our interests more than any military action, sanctions package, or tariff ever has. And one of the lessons the World War II generation learned is that people like helpers, and giving people a helping hand, it's a great investment. Right? They didn't do the Marshall Plan because they felt bad for the Germans who were just shooting at them. They did it because they needed a market for their exports. And the end result was that it made America richer and it gave us allies. That's why they created USAID as a bipartisan program. The Myanmar chapter of USAID, that is a Mitch McConnell passion project. The HIV and malaria program, that was President George W. Bush. Tibet human rights, that's Nancy Pelosi. No one loves the Dalai Lama more than Nancy. But now, China will very likely fill the place of the United States on the global stage with their Belt and Road Initiative. They will likely pay pennies on the dollar for incredible amounts of goodwill, and in 10 to 20 years, you may look back and say, when did the world start liking communists more than us? And it may very well be this exact moment. But then, switching gears from that, we should talk about what the hell is going on with the USPS. Because yesterday, you might have seen headlines like, USPS suspends incoming parcels from Hong Kong and China. With this announcement coming very suddenly, and also it was kind of short. It essentially just said that the USPS wouldn't be accepting packages from China and Hong Kong until further notice, and that letter-size items would not be affected. But it never said why they were doing this, and so it led to a lot of speculation from people and outlets. Though the most likely reason was tied to Trump's new tariffs on Chinese goods going into effect, and most notably an end to the de minimis exception. Because a very key thing is that before these new Trump rules, Chinese packages valued at under $800 were allowed to come into the U.S. tax-free, which is very notable for a number of reasons, including that most countries have exceptions that are far lower than that. And so companies like Temu and Shein have heavily relied on that in order to offer cheap items to American customers. Then, after all of that, this morning we saw the USPS flip-flop, with them announcing that they would continue accepting these packages, saying in a statement, the USPS and Customs and Border Protection are working closely together to implement an efficient collection mechanism for the new China tariffs to ensure the least disruption to package delivery. And so that statement essentially confirmed the assumption that the initial suspension was because of the new tariff. So, to be very clear here, the USPS accepting packages from China does not mean that the de minimis exception is back. And that is regardless if the item was shipped to USPS, FedEx, or some other carrier. And so now, if you are ordering something from Temu or from China, there's a good chance that you'll need to deal with customs and pay the extra 10% for the tariff, which also means that there will likely be delays as customs navigates how the hell to handle this flood of packages from China. But I mean, they reportedly receive over 4 million packages a week from China that would have qualified for the exception. And also, all of this comes as China has now implemented its own 15% tariff on many American goods, with a spokesperson saying that the U.S. must, quote, cease its unreasonable suppression of Chinese companies, and that China will continue to take necessary measures to firmly defend the legitimate rights of Chinese companies. And so with this, for many, this entire situation kind of just felt like another example of the Trump administration kind of winging it. With the seeing takes like, what a total clown show, and this administration has seemingly made decisions almost daily that are then reversed, often with fanfare like they actually accomplished something. It's wild. There were also a lot of others that had theories that Bezos might have been involved in order to protect his profits. So on that note, with this news, we saw that leading to Amazon stocks falling nearly 3%. But ultimately, that is where we are, though who knows where we're going to be in 24 hours from now. Maybe the tariffs go away, maybe they go from 10% to 8,000%. Maybe there's no tariff anymore, but when you get your package, you got to do a little dance for the person delivering it. Personally, I'll be doing the cha-cha slide. Fuck it, yeah, that's the end of that story. But then, next up, let's talk about how it seems like the CIA is next on the Trump administration chopping block. Or with us now learning that the Central Intelligence Agency just offered to buy out their entire workforce. And it's like those buyouts we talked about before, right? A deferred resignation program offering 8 months pay for those that want to leave their positions by tomorrow. But notably, those first offers were focused on workers at civilian federal agencies. And now what we're seeing is that the CIA...
They're like offering buyouts for people who have served the CIA all of their lives, who don't like Trumpers, who don't want to work with them, who are just going to leave their jobs anyways. So they're just taking buyouts because they're just going to fucking like the Republicans understand that these liberals will just cause them problems and hold them up the entire way. So they're just like, all right, fine, we'll pay you out of your year-long contract or whatever, and we'll just let you out if you stop like holding us up. Because yeah, that's basically the only power the liberals have is holding you up with goddamn fucking bureaucracy. It's terrible, but that is the power the Democrats have. Otherwise, they're Republicans. If they go to war or they kill anybody, they just become Republicans, their worst fear. So no, this is the truth about the Democratic Party. They have zero power. I think the Republicans think that a lot of this was on purpose, but no, the liberals just try and sit there and make sure everybody is taken care of, and the Republicans sit there and make sure that the conservatives make sure that the bank accounts are being stuffed, you know.
CIA is the first intelligence agency to make this offer to their employees. And again, we're seeing some of the same concerns, especially regarding the legality of this offer. We're seeing Senator Tim Kaine saying, "There's no statutory authority that I can see for the president making this offer," and adding, "They'll find some other way to get rid of you. You should not raise your hand." But then also, on top of the offer for people to leave, the CIA is reportedly freezing their hiring processes, with the Wall Street Journal there citing an aide to the CIA Director John Ratcliffe, saying that some applicants are likely to see their conditional offers rescinded
I have a
unless
house.
they have a background aligned with the agency's new goals. With that aide there specifically citing the goal of undermining China. They also went on to say that it was Ratcliffe's idea for the buyout to extend to the CIA, saying that it would pave the way for a more aggressive approach within the agency. Right? And that does line up with what he said during his confirmation hearing last month, where he promised hard-edged spying operations and covert action. With him also telling CIA workers, if all that sounds like what you signed up for, then buckle up and get ready to make a difference. And then adding, if it doesn't, then it's time to find a new line of work. Now with this, while the entire CIA workforce got this offer, we're not exactly sure how many will actually be eligible. Or with us seeing there a source telling CNN that some positions and areas of expertise are likely to be restricted, and adding that the efforts to trim down staff is far less expansive in the CIA than it is in civil service agencies that aren't doing national security work. Also, considering that they do not disclose exactly how many people they employ, there's still a lot of questions regarding the impact this is going to have. But really, other than that, we don't have much more information. But it will be interesting to see what does or doesn't happen, especially considering that the window to accept this deal is closing fast. And then we'll get back to more news in just a moment, but I want to share why I'm a huge fan of today's sponsor, Rocket Money. And the short answer is they have my back, and they can have yours too, because Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Right? And they show all my subscriptions in one place, and they help me cancel the ones I forgot about, so I'm not wasting money. And with all the free trials out there, the ones we forget about and automatically convert to paid subscriptions, yeah, they show you those. And Rocket Money's dashboard gives a clear view of my expenses across all of my accounts, making it simple to track spending, set budgets, and get alerts for price hikes. And it keeps me on top of my finances effortlessly. And their goals feature is great for helping you save for things like paying off credit cards or building savings. Plus, and this is always wild to me, they'll even try to negotiate to lower your bills for you. I mean, y'all, Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. So cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Just go to rocketmoney.com/PDS today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. One more time for your memory, rocketmoney.com/PDS. But then, moving on to a different kind of news, we should talk about how social media companies appear to have found a sneaky loophole to quietly fight against online protections for kids so they don't look bad. And as far as what that loophole is, it's paying lobbyists to file lawsuits on their behalf. And sometimes those lobbyists go against explicit promises that the company has made to safeguard children on their platforms. Right? And that is what we're seeing play out with Meta right now in Maryland. So you see, back in May, the governor signed a bill known as the Kids Code that strictly limited the data that tech companies can gather on minors, which made Maryland the second state to enact those kinds of restrictions after California. And specifically, the law requires companies to conduct impact assessments, ensuring that their products are protecting the best interests of children and mandating that they prioritize the well-being of children ahead of commercial interests. And notably, both Maryland and California's laws here are modeled after similar rules in the UK. But the decision to pass this law came as its sister in California was already being challenged by a lobbying group called NetChoice, which represents some of the biggest tech companies like Meta, X, Snap, and Google. And so amid concerns that the lobbying group would sue Maryland over its new law as well, state lawmakers wrote a letter to NetChoice members urging them to, quote, comply with the law and not attempt to undermine this bipartisan life-saving effort by suing to block its enactment through your lobbying group NetChoice. And their concerns there appear to have been proved legitimate, because this week, NetChoice filed a suit against Maryland's Kids Code, arguing that the law violates free speech and consumer privacy, arguing that this act compels websites to act as government speech police and would subject them to a vague and subjective best interests of children standard that gives state officials nearly boundless discretion to restrict speech. Now, of course, the suit itself is not a surprise, but it is super significant because it comes just months after Meta explicitly promised that it would not try to fight the policy in court. And when Maryland lawmakers wrote that letter urging NetChoice members not to block the bill, a law firm representing Meta responded in an email which was obtained by reporters vowing to comply in writing. Meta is not aware of a legal challenge to the Maryland Kids Code and does not plan to support one. But despite that promise, when NetChoice filed a lawsuit against Maryland this week, Meta was still signed on as a member company. Now with that, as far as how Meta has responded, spokespeople reportedly declined to comment when asked by the Washington Post, but they did point to the company's policies regarding the support of third-party groups. Or with that, stating that Meta, quote, does not always agree with every policy or position that individual organizations or their leadership take. But with that, we're seeing experts calling bullshit, with one explaining to the Post, Meta and other big tech giants pay NetChoice because it's obviously unpopular to fund lawsuits against kids, but bottom line, Mark Zuckerberg is paying for this lawsuit. And while Meta's actions here seem especially egregious, this is far from the only time that the promises big tech companies have made contradict the shady actions of their lobbying groups. Or while these platforms have promised change and assured lawmakers that they take these issues seriously, lobbyists like NetChoice have launched a massive effort to stop governments at all levels from passing safety measures. Or for example, during a high-profile Senate hearing last year, the CEOs of Snap and X publicly affirmed their support for a federal bill called Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA, with Elon Musk himself also voicing support for the bill. But NetChoice was one of the most vocal opponents of the bill and successfully lobbied against it, blocking its ultimate passage in the House. And beyond that, NetChoice alone has also reportedly filed 10 different lawsuits challenging state internet regulations. So this most notably including a landmark Supreme Court case where the group successfully argued against now defunct laws in Florida and Texas. Right, so at the very least, the next time you hear some tech CEO talking about child safety or the policies they claim they're implementing, remember that this just goes much, much deeper. There's public facing and there's behind closed doors. Forever and always. Different rooms, same house. But then, finally today, let's end with a congratulations and talk about yesterday. Starting with a congratulations to Brian R., SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who scored $500 in tickets in. He's headed to the men's basketball Final Four. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. But imagine being the next winner and snagging $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, y'all, there's over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize. No purchase necessary. But then, like I said, let's talk about yesterday and some commentary. And I just want to start off here by just saying thank you. I appreciate you. I love that we have this community where even if everyone doesn't agree and we're having a conversation, that at least a conversation can be had and it's just not a billion people jabbing at one another, because that is just very much not the case elsewhere on the internet. People take questions as statements. I'm getting attacked. I'm getting high-fived. And I'm like, I literally have a show where we talk about the news and people's opinions and reactions. I want to know your reaction. But I also understand very tense times. Everyone's attacking each other. People are incredibly divided. So there's that. I love your faces. I appreciate you. So speaking on the craziness of the times, the most liked comment yesterday was, I sure love the latest episode of Things Are Really Bad, Getting Worse, and there's nothing to do about it except wait till tomorrow when it's worse. Some then replying, shirt-worthy comment. I'm just gonna cut you off there. No, that is the most depressing sounding shirt I've ever heard of, and I'm the guy that sells emotionally exhausted shirts. But a big thing that I want to stress with the news of the past 2 weeks, or really anything we cover, yes, there are always going to be things that you cannot control, which is why it's important to, one, try to consume these things and compartmentalize like crazy, otherwise it will just ruin your life. And two, a lot about actually like being the change that you want to see in the world. A lot of that, it has to be prefaced by and built upon being informed on what's happening. So right now, in the beginning of the chaos, we're seeing people community building. We're seeing people organizing so that they can actually do pressure campaigns on Congress people. But yeah, the majority of Americans who participated in the election this last cycle, they gave Republicans the keys to the kingdom. And that drastically limits what the opposition against Trump can do. And the ultimate test on just so many of these fronts is what happens with the legal battles. We saw judges hitting birthright citizenship. We saw judges hitting on the spending freeze. Lawsuits are popping up and piling up left and right. And I think for the Trump administration, those things happening, that's not like out of nowhere or an example of it being a messy thing that's happening. They're going to want to fight every single thing all the way to the Supreme Court to see, what they can actually do and what they can change, especially with this specific Supreme Court. So if possible, and obviously in this context it is self-serving, do not tune out, whether it be me or someone that replaces me that you like more, but compartmentalize as much as you actually can. But as far as comments about specific news stories yesterday, we saw things like, so unelected officials can't be in charge of public education, but they can have unsupervised access to national funds and all that apparently. Right, that makes sense. Right, understandably, there was a lot of focus on Elon Musk. Y'all were saying things like, I love how Republican leaders complain about unelected people, but Elon Musk apparently gets a free pass. Right, and there, I will say, yeah, it became very obvious during the election that for all the talk from many Republicans regarding like, Democrats and George Soros, these billionaires manipulating everything, it seemed like the issue is that they did not have their own George Soros, and then they got their own, except he was actually way more powerful than George Soros. He was like George Soros on steroids, or at the very least, like an exaggerated version of what they think he is. And all of that, and a lot of what we're seeing kind of hits on the idea that so many accusations are actually projections. So for example, King's Bard swiping at Musk saying, the absolute irony of this is insane. Unelectable, unaccountable bureaucratic agency? You mean like Doge? And then, separate from that, there was also a lot of conversation around Trump saying that he wants to send U.S. citizens, hardened criminals in his eyes, to El Salvador mega prisons. Right, saying they're looking into it. If it's legal, they'll do it in a heartbeat. Which I will say, experts there have said it does not look legal, but Who knows anymore? As I just said, a lot of what we've been seeing are the beginnings of larger conversations of what they think the Supreme Court will find constitutional or unconstitutional, right? Despite however many years of established precedent. But with the mega prisons, y'all were saying things like the idea that you can be shipped off to another country, away from your family, away from your community, away from constitutional protections and the eyes of the press as punishment for any crime is an actual dystopic nightmare. Though, while many agreed with that statement, you also had some saying, or here's a novel idea, do not commit serious crimes. There, you had people countering back saying, one, innocent people get falsely convicted all the time, and two, what happens when the laws change and things that were once perfectly legal for you to do become banned or prohibited. But there's also, as some argue, that regardless of the crime, like it ends up being a cruel and unusual punishment. But that, my friends, is where your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news is going to end. Of course, remember, I've got a brand new show for you right here every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And
Oh, look,
Thursday
you can
at
just
6 p.m.
leash them.
Eastern, 3 p.m.
You can just
Pacific.
leash
I
them
also
if you
throw
get a
out
link.
A ton of shorts and other content on these socials right here. But thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Thank you, Phil DeFranco, for the excellent content from the stream. I'd like to sub to your
It's
channel.
another episode of Some More Noobs, the only gaming channel that erases your memory of its existence every time you finish an episode. I'm Cody Noobmaster John.
Donald Trump now wants America to level, take over, and own Gaza.
Thank you, Some More News. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What's up, gamers of the world? It's
What's up?
another episode of Some More Noobs.
Some More
The
Noobs.
only gaming channel that erases your memory of its existence every time you finish an episode. I'm Cody Noobmaster Johnston, and here's some more noobs. Today we're talking about epic gamer Elon Musk. On top of being a genius and the world's richest genius, somehow this real-life Tony Stark genius hero has the time to be the #1 Diablo 4 player in the world and is so good at Path of Exile 2 that they're too scared to let him play. All of this on top of being a space and car engineer, master of government efficiency, and the best meme lord who ever lived. His memes are so sick that the woke media is trying to cancel him for making a random gesture at a Trump rally. Jeez. You can make anyone look like anything if you just freeze frame a video of them. Let's see the truth.
My heart goes out to you.
Oh wow. He just did it, huh? He just did the Nazi Sieg Heil salute. Twice. Oh, okay. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Let's watch the rest of the clip.
It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured.
Thanks to me.
Thanks to you.
Thanks to me.
See,
Thanks
in
to me,
context,
Elon.
it's totally
Thanks
it.
to me.
He was just saying that thanks to the people at the Trump rally, they have secured
75
the
million.
existence of
Nice.
their
What for?
people and showed them his heartfelt gratitude by
Thrasher.
aggressively doing the hand gesture that is universally known as a salute of the Nazi
I know.
Party. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. But maybe that's just how Elon gestures, that his heart goes out to people. If only we had any other clip of his heart going out to people for comparison. Oh, we do. And it's different. Like, completely different. Seems pretty definitive that he did the Nazi salute. But, you know, the ADL said it wasn't Nazi stuff, and those guys are always on the ball. Musk's Nazi puns? Anti-Semitism. Must be condemned. The obvious Nazi salute? Everybody calm down, please. My goodness, everyone is a coward. And a liar. Ben Shapiro also defended Musk by pointing out that Elon visited Auschwitz with him a while back. Hey, Ben, do you remember why he did that? This was immediately punctuated with a post by the wife of a Holocaust survivor who was there during Musk's visit, saying that the billionaire seemed largely unmoved by the visit and was clearly only there for the photo opportunity.
It's getting
But sure,
hard.
let's trust Ben instead. Way to do damage control for the Nazi guy, Ben. Ultimately, it took the gosh darn Hollywood Reporter to state the obvious, which is that, accidental or not, he objectively gave a Nazi salute, and a normal, non-Nazi person would immediately recognize that and apologize for it. They wouldn't deny the basic reality or try to be coy with it, because it sure didn't look accidental. He could have even said, well, it was a bad joke to trigger the libs, which is the most likely explanation because he loves pretending he's a 15-year-old edgelord with the best sense of humor in the world. And that explanation is, of course, still bad because he still did a Nazi salute in front of millions of people at a political rally, thus normalizing and softening Nazi salutes. But he didn't even say that. So if he isn't apologizing or explaining it, like literally anyone else would be required to do, I guess we have to just assume he's into it, right? That he's kind of a Nazi, and it's okay to just call him a Nazi now. Anyway, we're not talking about the world's richest Nazi openly believing in Nazi stuff and then doing a Nazi salute during a political rally. I mean, we should talk about that, and have. Elon keeps doing it. He keeps ingratiating himself with the far
Ooh,
right.
invulnerability.
But this isn't about Elon Musk, the Nazi. It's about Elon Musk, the gamer, you see. Also, I think we were doing a bit where this was a
Wow, that's a
gaming
40-second
show, praising
cooldown.
Musk, or was that a dream? It's only February, guys. Epic Elon Musk, best gamer in the world. I know we're really whiplashing you around through irony, but I'm going to earnestly say something right here at the top of this. Elon Musk is an epic gamer. No, really. By the end of this episode, I'm going to prove that Elon Musk is good at gaming. How's that for a twist? Whoa! After all, at this point, it's safe to say that most people don't like Elon Musk. So the only way to make a hip and subversive video about him is to flip the narrative. Also, I hear it's really lucrative to pander to the X crowd now. Anyway, so in case you have a life and a family and or people who love you, let me explain what's going on with Elon Musk and the gaming community. And I promise this will all eventually be relevant to people who have no interest in gaming. But in short, Elon Musk, whose accounts are ranked in the very top for the games Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4, streamed himself playing Path of Exile on Twitter a little while back. During that stream, he very confidently navigated and explained this game, which has more than 500,000 players as of recording this. And in doing so, made it very clear that he had absolutely no idea how to play it. A game that he was claiming to be a top player of. He was really bad at it, and people noticed.
I love that there is no aggro in this fucking game. It just blows my mind. You begin to understand it was never necessary. It was like aggro has never been necessary. It should be in action games. It shouldn't be in MMOs. MMOs, like, you should be able to go AFK whenever the fuck you want. It's such a long form fucking game. I can't stand pop aggro and Link. I can see AoE splashes aggroing packs. I can't see pop aggro and Link. I'm terribly sorry, I can't. I'll be right back. I know that we built foundations on that for years and years and years, but I still don't think of it as good foundation. Not at all. Fucking annoying.
What about the mass in the inventory, bro? Like, what? What? What about the mass in his inventory? He's trying to click. It's grayed out.
Shut up, you. It's dumb enough without your commentary.
Bro, he's not played this game before, has he?
That's YouTuber Quinn69TV, one of many who pointed out that Elon was making rookie mistakes, such as frustratingly clicking unavailable areas of the map and not using keyboard shortcuts, and referring to top-tier weapons that he would have had to acquire himself as not very good because the level requirement to use the weapon, not the weapon level itself, was lower than his character's level. And I know it sounds very silly, which it is, but it's also very basic stuff even a casual gamer should understand. There's a bunch of other stuff I don't want to explain. Go watch his video about it. One of the many things they point out is that being ranked at the very top of a game like this is a full-time job. You have to be playing all the time, meaning that Elon would have to be doing this exclusively. On top of this, his game menu was conspicuously labeled in the third person with a folder called Elon's Map, implying that someone else had prepped the game for him. Again, not going to get into the details because, like Elon, I don't really know much about Path of Exile 2. But for all you noobs out there, imagine if someone claimed to be the best driver in the world, but when they got in their car, it was filled with secrets labeling where everything was. And then they couldn't figure out how to start the car. And then when they finally did start it, they didn't know what the gear shift was. And then they seemed to be baffled by the concept of a steering wheel. That is the equivalent of what we're talking about here. This sparked an entire controversy where gamers rightfully called out Musk for being a cheater and for likely paying people to boost his ranks in the game. This is not at all an uncommon thing for people to do if they are weird cheaters. But Elon, being the cool meme lord that he is, totally took it all in stride by freaking out at one of the accusers, removing his Twitter checkmark, and violating the terms of service on his own platform by posting private DMs. He also, and this is unrelated but also kind of related,
I mean, it's his rule.
To fundamentally
He can break it if he
misunderstand what
wants.
an editor is.
That's the whole
Accusing
point.
This gamer dude of having secret bosses. His proof being that in his DMs, the guy referred to his editors, as in video editors, who run his YouTube page. They edit together his streams.
He didn't
and
say
post it to
Asmongold's
YouTube.
name.
They're not his editorial board. It's weird that the richest, smartest, modern Tony Stark was mystified by the concept of an editor and thought this was some big gotcha. This is like stuff a child thinks. Why would he openly refer to his editors if they were a dirty secret, Elon? Did you not, for a moment, think this through? But anyway, this led to Elon's ex and mother of his favorite human shield, Grimes, hopping on his website to proudly verify that actually Elon is great at video games, to which Elon replied, "Thanks." I assume he asked her to post that and offered her better visitation time with her son that he is keeping from her, but whatever. Very cool post and reply. This all came to a climax when Elon Musk mockingly and ironically admitted to cheating, followed by him unironically and earnestly admitting to cheating, saying that while it 100% is him when he streams the game, he has had others play his accounts to boost his levels. Quote, "It's impossible to beat the players in Asia if you don't, as they do." Everybody's doing it, you see? Everybody's doing it! Seems like it goes deeper than that, and I would argue that based on that video of him playing the game, he pretty much exclusively has someone else play his account for him. But it's nice to hear him admit it, even if it's possibly to distract everyone from him doing the Hitler thing at the rally. Hey, let's see that again. God, you can't even be a Nazi without looking like a dweeb. Which makes sense, not to
Reminds
be
me
dweebs.
of
Anyway, the point
Evoker
here isn't that Elon Musk
a little bit.
lied about this game. Or rather, that's not the main point. Well, it kind of is. It's one of several main points, is my point. And another main point is just how sad this is. It's something we've talked about on the show before, but Elon Musk is the most desperately uncool man who ever lived. He is the world's richest person, has everything he ever could want, and yet is constantly seeking the things he can't get: approval and likability. You know, I very much dislike Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos, but at least I don't have to constantly see them. They know enough to, for the most part, just quietly stay out of the spotlight. Because, like most of us, if we ever got so much money that we'd never worry again, the last thing we would do is constantly be on social media. But with Elon, he's like a walking parable, this flesh-formed Aesop fable about the downfalls of greed and loneliness, wandering the earth, perpetually on tilt. Although, oddly enough, he's not on tilt when he's playing poker poorly, which we'll of course get to. But what makes it so hard to ever feel bad for him, besides the fact that he's a fucking Nazi and has more money than God, is that so far, his only method for gaining that likability is to cheat. He will try any underhanded method, so long as he doesn't have to be a nice and good person. Over on Twitter, he was one of the worst posters who ever memed. Literally anyone could dunk on him, and did. But instead of reflecting on that, he purchased the website and changed the algorithm to boost his posts. He really did that. We didn't make that up. He is the little rich boy that no one wanted to play with, that purchased the skate park to force everyone to be his friend. That is what he did. And now we've learned that he also paid to make himself look like the best gamer ever? Why? Elon, why?
Why?
You are the richest man in the world. You won capitalism. Why do you also have to be the best gamer? How insecure are you? And that actually brings me to the most interesting takeaway to all of this, which is that Elon Musk didn't just lie about being the best gamer in the world. He lied badly about it while acting extremely confident. He went on a stream and very boldly sucked at the game, a game that a lot of people play and could see he sucked at. Like, slightly unrelated, but have you ever heard John Benjamin's jazz album where he put together a full ensemble just so he could suck at the piano?
Oh no! He can't play piano!
I don't play piano at all.
Amazing work.
H. John Benjamin? I love H. John Benjamin. I don't play piano at all.
This is exactly what Elon Musk did, unironically. He went on a stream and talked confidently about something he very clearly didn't know how to do, despite claiming to be the best at it. And you have to wonder, what gives a man that level of blind confidence that they think they can get away with that? I know, superficially, video games don't seem like a big deal to lie about. But after the break, we're going to explain why that is a big deal to lie about. Because here's maybe an obvious question.
I love
What
this game.
else
I'm so
has
addicted
Elon
to it.
Musk blatantly lied about? He's clearly a man who wants to seem like the best at everything and is willing to cheat to do that. So what else is he pretending to be the best at? The man doesn't even seem to know what editors are. That's weird, right? So if you're a gamer watching this who maybe hasn't thought too much about Elon's politics or his career, stick around perhaps, please. I swear I won't do any more bits like that some more noobs thing, okay? I swear it.
Some more news.
You know, Valentine's Day is coming up. That's the day we give projectiles to flying babies. Maybe you want to give someone a gift, be that your lover or that security guard at work who seems kind of flirty. Well, why not give them the gift of self-care with AG1? It helps you keep a healthy habit in the new year. Plus, it's scrumptious in the tumptious. You can work it into your fitness routine, or drink it for ads, or mix it with your shower smoothie. I love standing in the shower, drinking my AG1. It tastes great, and it makes me feel powerful and romantic. Watch as I love this glass of AG1 before your very eyes.
I love you.
Wow, were we even allowed to show that? It's delicious, folks. You want to taste it. You know you do. And it's never too late to create a new healthy habit for 2025. So try AG1 for yourself. It's something I've actually been able to stay consistent with, and that's why I've been partnering with AG1 for so long. And AG1 is offering new subscribers a free $76 gift when you sign up. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure to check out drinkag1.com/more news to get this offer. That's drinkag1.com/more news to start your new year on a healthier note.
Hi Hiya, folks, it's me, Katie. And just like 0.00017% of all Americans, I am an avid collector of antique barber shop equipment. I got the scissors, I got the clippies, and the brushies. And while crime is largely down in America, barbershop crime is a different story. And that's why I use Simply Safe to protect those things most important to me. The barbershop things. Their Active Guard outdoor protection can help prevent a problem before it happens. Sometimes I use it just to watch the animals in my yard. I see them out there, coveting my treasure. You better back off, bear. I see you. Stay away from my clippies. And with Simply Safe, that is easy and affordable to do. Their plans start around $1 a day. They have no long-term contracts or cancellation fees, and they have a 60-day satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Wow! You can get 50% off a new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/more news. That is simplysafe.com/more news. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
I like this game. It's a lot better than
I said no bits.
It's a lot better than it immediately
Sorry,
looks.
folks. We're back. It's a normal show, all right? We're not doing any bits.
Great news, Mr. Cody. Warbo learned close-up magic.
I said no bits, no bits. We're doing it normal. Missionary position episode about Elon Musk, the Nazi, and how he lies about cheating at video games.
Hey, idiot! Great news! I just learned close-up magic.
That's the same bit. Why would we do the same bit? Damn it. The bit is that we said we didn't want to do a bit, and then we did a bit. Fucking piss. My brain is on fire. Okay, so before the break, we laid out how Elon Musk, a Nazi guy, cheated at video games and then lied about video games before confessing to cheating at video games. Because, according to him, it's the only way to be the best. He has to be the best, you see, even if he's not literally the best. And it maybe makes you wonder, what else is he cheating at and lying about? I think at this point, a lot of people, regardless of political beliefs, are starting to notice that Musk is maybe sort of kind of a stupid guy, or at least extremely unhinged and dishonest and unpredictable and not super knowledgeable about the many things he claims to be super knowledgeable about. And you might be wondering how he got that way. How did Elon Musk go from doing a cameo in Iron Man 2 and getting praise for being this god alien who's good at everything, to this seemingly dim weirdo sharing bad stolen memes and doing Nazi stuff? You probably already know what I'm gonna say, because you probably already suspect the answer. And yes, much of it is simply because unfathomable amounts of wealth has broken his brain, and the website he bought has radicalized that broken brain into Nazi soup. No brain for you! But generally, perhaps when someone says that they are this amazing genius who's really good at a lot of vastly different things, they are, most likely, just a liar. And a weird liar at that, because over time, most people will notice that you're not actually good at those things. We all probably had a friend like this, right? The kid at school who said his dad is a professional ninja, or the guy at the bar who can totally do 500 pull-ups. The big difference is that Elon Musk, A, is an adult, and B, has been, up until now, claiming to be really good at stuff that most people don't have the knowledge to call him out on. And his entire persona and career have been based around this confidence. People would listen to him talk about engineering or space and just assume, well, since he's rich and important and played pretend with an actor pretending to be Iron Man in a movie, then he must know what he's talking about. But over time, he's drifted more and more into common knowledge or areas of other people's expertise. For example, here he is talking about Roman history as it relates to birth rates.
Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fundamental issue. And there were other things. There was like, that they had like quite a series of malaria epidemics and plagues and whatnot. But they had those before. It's just that the birth rate was far lower than the death rate.
Seems correct. I mean, I don't know much about ancient Rome besides what I learned playing Assassin's Creed, but that sounds like it could be true. Good game. Not as good as the one where you fistfight the Pope, but still. Except, here's the thing. There are people who do know about ancient Rome. For example, Mike Duncan, a historian and podcaster, who pointed out that Elon Musk had no idea what he was talking about. Musk is referring to birth rate concerns that were recorded around 18 BC, followed by several hundred years of prosperity before the decline of Rome, which is credited to a lot of stuff, but not a declining birth rate. Because again, the low birth rate preceded, as Duncan pointed out, 2 centuries of Rome's golden era. But okay, so the guy was wrong about Rome in order to push his existential fear of lowering birth rates. We are all guilty of occasionally declaring stuff that turns out to be wrong. As they say, to err is humid. It's a weird saying, to err is humid, but that's definitely what they say. It's almost as weird as that other popular saying, the air is human. It's a weird phrase. Language is fun, but it's not necessarily even a hit against Musk that he thought COVID wasn't going to be a big thing. I mean, it was obvious how wrong no new cases by April was, even at the time, but whatever. Oops. Oh well. But what is weird isn't that he was wrong, but that he never reflected on being wrong and continued to say very wrong stuff with a lot of confidence throughout the pandemic, all so he could keep his factory open and give his workers COVID. You'd think that at some point he'd say, well, I'm not a doctor and I was really dramatically, laughably wrong about this, so maybe I should sit this one out. But he didn't. Because here's some news, when you're actually a smart person, you also have humility and the wisdom to listen to other experts. Smart people admit when they are wrong. Stupid, insecure people don't. And not just like, I disagree with your opinion, sir, but wrong about a very straightforward claim, a very verifiable, straightforward claim. And in fact, Elon Musk was so confidently wrong about COVID and so unwilling to be wrong that he apparently bet $1 million on it. That's according to podcaster and former friend of Musk, Sam Harris, who Elon bet $1 million that COVID would fizzle out by April of 2020. Elon was overwhelmingly, comically wrong. And instead of owning up to it, he ghosted Harris and then began to publicly insult him and proudly lie about him on Twitter a bunch. To repeat that, instead of admitting he was wrong about something he was objectively, drastically wrong about, Elon Musk destroyed a relationship. Because it's important to note here that it's not just that Elon Musk is wrong a lot, but he's also incapable of admitting it or of changing his mind. There's always an excuse he will give, and it's always the most obvious and transparent version of that excuse. Remember when he said he was trained in judo, kyokushin, parentheses, full contact, and no rules street fighting? How can you be trained in no rules street fighting? That's like something Napoleon Dynamite would say. I went to my no rules class and learned all the rules. And sure enough, when Elon challenged Mark, also terrible Zuckerberg, to a cage match, Zuck called his bluff. To which Elon said he'd totally do it before putting out a series of excuses for why he couldn't do that, until Zuckerberg got disinterested. That's just so obviously a dude who can't actually fight, which is fine, pretended he could for some reason, and then backed away when called out on it. This is child stuff. Baby
bow staff
but
skills.
Okay, in his defense, maybe he's just a little cocky, you know? But there's no denying that he is an engineering genius.
Oh my God. Well,
right, okay, so let's explore that. Is Elon Musk an inventor or expert engineer? People talk about him like that all the time. He's Edison, he's Tesla, he's Tony Stark, etc. Here's somebody weirdly calling him Albert Einstein.
I mean, you gotta look at Elon. I mean, SpaceX. I mean, Tesla. You know, Neuralink. The guy is our Einstein.
You know how Albert Einstein's contributions to the world are like his companies? What does he think Einstein did? What does he think Elon does? What, like, physics-changing equation do we associate with Elon Musk? What are Einstein's companies? What nonsense? What absolute nonsense? But maybe accurate nonsense? Maybe he is a brilliant inventor and expert engineer. Except, first of all, he doesn't really have the academic background for that. Musk has a dual bachelor's degree in economics and physics. He was, by all accounts, a very good but not exceptional student. And
easy to do when you have money.
Whatever. But none of that really relates to engineering. In terms of inventing, you can find about 10 patents that have his name on them. 4 of them are Tesla design patents, as in the shape of a door or charging port. He's got one for an autonomous vehicle processor, which he shares with 17 other people, so good job to the team. 3 patents are from his work at Zip2 and MyWay, doing like map and directory. One is vaguely related to Neuralink and pending, and the last one was filed but abandoned.
I think
Should
the
be
Challenger
noted that
rocket
Tesla
is his
itself
real
has
claim to
filed a
fame.
little over 3,000 patents, and Musk is on just a few of the design ones. That might explain why, according to people who work there, Elon Musk wasn't really involved with Tesla's rise, and in fact became more of a liability than a guiding
His staff
light.
is really
He pushed
cool.
out several important engineers for very silly reasons. He was seen more like an oblivious money guy or a salesman. And if you have any background in engineering, you might already have known that. We've seen him make these bold claims about what Tesla can do without having the evidence to back it up. For example, saying that Tesla was nearing level 5 self-driving autonomy back in 2020, level 5 being complete automation. He's been predicting that since 2015, mind you. But okay, he's not like an engineer. He still had to start from somewhere, right? In order to invest in Tesla, he had to have the money for that. And yes, he grew up rich. And yes, despite him continually denying the existence of an emerald mine, he did literally brag about it himself years ago in an interview. But it would be inaccurate to pretend like he didn't accumulate wealth between his childhood and his years at Tesla. Like, what about PayPal and Elon Musk as a programmer? This is how he got his start, co-founding a software company called Zip2. You can't take Zip2 away from him. It was a genius idea to take a business directory and put it online, while also providing maps. Kind of like the Yellow Pages, but online. But okay, he was one of the first. One of the first people to say, what if we put the phone book online? And he did program the site, which was then sold to Compaq and made Musk around $20 million.
112,000, thank God.
Kind of it. It's not nothing, mind
like
you,
so broke.
but Zip2 is pretty much the only thing he built from the ground up himself. He programmed an online directory and sold it off. Cool! He would then form, and this is true, a banking website called X.com. Yes, he really thinks that's a super cool letter. X would go on to merge with a company called Confinity, with Musk named as the CEO. Confinity would be renamed to PayPal, but Elon then tried to rename PayPal back to X because that's just what he does. And just like people had pointed out with Twitter, back then people also pointed out that making your banking website the letter X just made people think it was porn. But Elon Musk stuck to his guns, rolled up his sleeves, and did a third cliche before being ousted as the CEO and replaced with Peter Thiel. PayPal would go on to drag Elon, kicking and screaming, into financial success. In other words, nothing about Elon Musk's business history suggests he was smart or good at business or even coding. He programmed a single website and has been in the right place at the right time ever since. I'm sure he has some talents, possibly. Not video games, or jokes, or truck design, obviously, but surely something. Offering his friends vials of his semen. Is that a talent? Whatever. Point is, at best, he's a mediocre guy. At worst, he's like if Forrest Gump got rich off of the tech boom. Oh right, he did do that. This is all to say that Musk doesn't seem to know much about coding. When he purchased Twitter, he was called out multiple times for not understanding how to run that site. And again, if you're not a coder, you might not realize it. But this was the first time a large enough number of people suspected he had no idea what he was talking about. He asked to see screenshots of employees' code commits as proof of their work. Really? But as real coders have pointed out, that's like a snippet of out-of-context code that doesn't really show the full picture. It's a weird thing to ask for. He also tweeted out a coding joke that was apparently nonsense, and I know that sounds pedantic, but this is who he is supposed to be, right? He's regarded as this awkward Sheldon Cooper type who makes bad jokes and gets bogged down with the little nerdy details. But there's no actual evidence that he's actually like that. Everything he pretends to be has been either stolen from others or built upon something that was already there. Even his memes are stolen memes. He claims to be this big meme lord posting fire content, but all he does is repost other people's stuff. That's it. That's all he does, to the point that even the New York Times reported on it. And you know it's accurate because they used expert sources. Thanks, New York Times, for recognizing our journalistic integrity. Weird ass world. Not a fan. Twitter really shined a light on how dim Elon Musk is. It might be the worst thing that happened to him, which is funny because he purports to love the website. But anybody on the website at the time could tell him that one of Twitter's best superpowers is exposing rich celebrities and politicians as being insecure, spiteful morons. And we've already done a few episodes specifically about this, so I won't dig into it, but he's so stupid on there. Like, racist grandpa levels of stupid. Like, falling for Photoshop stupid. Slopping out so much disinformation that it's hard to fact check it all. Possibly he's doing
Racist grandpa is what I think of Republicans. That's pretty much
you see this
in
escalation,
2 words.
Right? Elon Musk is a guy who came from wealth and was okay at programming at one point. That seems to be literally it. But he spoke confidently, knew the right people, and was lucky enough to slowly make money due to his position in life. Then he invested that money in a car company that blew up, not in the Cybertruck sense, but in the sense that it became wildly successful. And to his credit, a lot of that was because Elon was able to successfully sell the company, because that's what he's good at. He's a huckster, a flim-flam man. His biggest talent, at least for a while, was to bullshit with authority about things that most people didn't have casual knowledge about. And he rode that all the way to the top. In an electric car he made popular, even though now he cares nothing about climate change and supports the party that doesn't believe in it either and wants to get rid of electric cars. Before anyone realized he was an idiot, Elon used his money to create SpaceX, a company that he doesn't run, much like he didn't run Tesla. And just like Tesla, his entire asset is to blurt out empty promises about how they'll totally go to Mars really soon. Totally going. Hey, Elon, it's 2025. Where's the Mars colony? Because, of course, Elon, Mars guy, also doesn't understand space. He has a child's understanding of it. He once tweeted that the car he launched is orbiting Mars? No, it isn't. As a Harvard professor had to explain, it's orbiting the sun, Elon. Is that another pedantic nerd explanation? It sure is, but again, that's what actual science people do. That's what he's supposed to be. Science people are curious about science and love to explain science, sometimes to everyone's exasperation. Elon has no curiosity about anything. He called colonizing the moon a distraction. Really? Not interested in the moon? Bored with the moon? Musk actively dulls the possibility of people being interested in science, and not just by his general attacks on the scientific community or how he hitched his ride to the party of anti-intellectualism. A while back, there was a flurry of posts on X about his Department of Government Efficiency and all the wasteful spending that it will cut. But most of it was people posting about how the government wastes all this money on things like the sex lives of Beatles. And like, yeah, we all know John and Paul jerked off together at one time. We don't need to do studies about that. But as others also pointed out, studying things like beetle mating habits helps us with agriculture. They help us discover new medicines. It's actually really interesting, and somebody who likes science and wants people to be educated might want to promote things like that. Here's some person posting about how the government wastes millions of dollars on anal footprint toilets. And here's Elon replying like, wow, oh my goodness. Except, as his terrible website's community notes clearly points out, it's actually technology to detect UTIs and potentially cancer. And the $6.9 million was spent on other cancer detection projects as well, not just the toilet. That's interesting and cool and maybe even good. Even if you don't want the government to spend money on that, to pretend like it's this wasteful spending on butt fingerprints instead of the actual thing that it is dishonest and really kind of pathetic coming from somebody who pretends to care about science and humanity. It is deeply incurious, and he wants you to be incurious as well. He wants you dull and uneducated. And we will get into why a little later. But yes, Elon's mediocre rise just kept escalating to a comical degree, and he's now in charge of this semi-official department created to cut government spending, even ignoring the butt toilet stuff. Do you trust him to do that? Do you really trust him to run Doge? He named it Doge. Also, really, when you think about it, all toilets are butt toilets. But ask yourself, What in Elon Musk's background qualifies him for a governmental position? And what about this richest man on the planet who's benefited from government subsidies and has many government contracts makes him trustworthy in this new role? Back when the House tried to pass a spending plan, Musk tweeted out a series of straight-up lies about what that plan involved. And just like how gamers called him out, just like how programmers called him out, just like how engineers and history experts called him out, political scientists are now calling him out for not knowing what he's doing. Perhaps we should listen to them. Musk, predictably, has already reduced his original prediction of cutting $2 trillion in spending to $1 trillion. Because ultimately, he's just a guy who cheats and lies about it. Everything we learned about Elon Musk as a gamer is how Elon Musk has always operated. His entire career was built by paying other talented people to do the actual work and then taking the credit for it. His only talent being the money that affords him failure. He can afford to buy Twitter and run it into the ground. He can afford to fire his most talented employees. He can afford to be as stupid as he wants. There's actually a really apt metaphor gifted to us by Elon himself in one of Elon Musk's biographies where he plays a game of poker. I will just quote it. Although Musk was not a card player, he pulled up to the table. There were all of these nerds and sharpsters who were good at memorizing cards and calculating odds. Elon just proceeded to go all in on every hand and lose. Then
that's what I did too.
Buy more chips and double down.
Yeah. Eventually you crack the room though. I mean, that's how you crack the room. That's how I used to win Texas Hold'em tourneys. But no, you don't but the problem is you don't keep coming back by buying in. That's only what an idiot with too much money does. You go all in on the first hand and then you play, and you keep going in all in if you feel like you have a stronger hand than everybody else. Anytime in the first 10 hands, I would say, that you feel like you're stronger than the rest of the table for any reason, go all in. It doesn't matter if they call you. It's really entertaining. If they see you, you can go have your drink and leave. That could be good, really good too. You don't get stuck there for 5 hours, you know. And you look at it like, what else could I be doing with this time and stuff? Or you win. This dude's talking about, when I lose, I just rebuy the entire house's chips and then I just keep losing again. And that's not how you play poker. Gambling is the finest thing a man can do if they're good at it.
After losing many hands, he went
losing many hands. No, I busted a whole bunch of tourneys without playing that many hands. No, you just fold when you don't think you have something. It's not that hard.
He said, "Right, fine, I'm done." Unquote.
You don't play every single hand. No, you don't play every single hand. You only play 73 or higher.
That's just describing really bad
73% higher or higher
poker,
hands.
You probably realize that.
Yeah.
If you don't play poker, you probably also realize that. Based on that story, he was not only insufferable to play with, but absolutely lost more money than he won. All the other players have to do there is be really conservative pre-flop, knowing that this one dipshit is going to
Maybe I should go back and look at the WSOPs, but I think those are all on I think those on YouTube are all sporting events that actually are DMCA. I can't watch poker players win Texas Hold'em. I can only watch instructional videos, I guess. But I could watch the videos that are watched by everybody.
Then you just wait until you have good hold cards and you call them. It'll be boring, but for a professional player, that's a godsend, not a genius tactic. That is noob shit. That's the story of a dumb guy. Was that even fun for him? That doesn't even sound fun for him. But he just was so rich that he could afford to do that and pretend he won with a brilliant tactic. And that's just the perfect metaphor. Poker is a game of social skill and calculation and patience.
Yep.
That's why there are people who are good at it. But Elon just bulldozed it, using his wealth, won a single hand, and walked away, no doubt thinking that he had mastered it. It is Dunning-Kruger shit. The same way Elon once claimed that chess was too simple.
It's weird because I believe Elon is my age. When was Elon born? He's my age. He's right in my year too. When was Elon born? No, not at all. He's 15 years older than me. Yeah, never mind. No, this dude isn't even like Gen X. No, he is. He's like the oldest of the Gen X. He's bad. He's fucking bad. He thinks he's the #1 gamer in the world, but he's 15 years older than the #1 gamer in the world. It's weird. Okay, I don't know. Sipilax, nice, but I don't need that. I need talk to the builder. Oh, we're gonna make a house now, are we? Brouhaha. Yeah, I like that word. Yep. I don't like the strafe. It's got a minimized speed. See it? Wow, strafing sucks compared to just running forward. So yeah, this game's like Rust. You don't really wanna. Anyway, construction worker. To cut down a tree, press the I key to open your inventory. Right-click on the axe in the inventory. The yellow glow around the axe shows that it is active. You can cut down trees. Lumberjack profession holds a significant place in this world. Without logging, there would be no ships, buildings, or productions. Press the L key to view your profession levels and details. Okay. So now your bases have upkeep, so I don't know. I guess I should really think about that, because otherwise you probably have to empty it out and be like, I spent a bunch of money on stuff inside that I didn't use. I don't know. You want me to go chop a tree? Yeah, cut down trees. Okay, that works for me. Yeah, absolutely.
Of a game for his beautiful mind. Apparently, the only acceptable markers of a good game that requires skill is a tech tree and Fog of War. He really, really, really loves Fog of War. He's tweeted about it several other times.
Fog of War sucks.
Fog of War
What are you talking about?
The funniest thing you could ask for in chess specifically. Like, part of the point of chess is that you can each see all the pieces on the board. It's a game of strategy.
He's smart. You can see that he's smart in the way that he talks. He is smart.
Elon, and what's incredible, the people telling this poker story also act.
He's
like
not always going to be
brilliant,
right.
But for the most part,
he is smart.
Says stuff.
Yeah.
He constantly shares with blind confidence his views about multiplanetary travel, immigration, the media, freaking Blade Runner, Italian politics, German politics, American
What's wrong with that? You can tell he's culturally intelligent.
Right, because he's a rich genius after all, right? Certainly a rich genius wouldn't be a fucking buffoon. See how it's this self-fulfilling prophecy? But the secret was, and always was, that he's rich.
Yeah, it's just the secret. Yeah, he's got tutors. He's got aides. He's got aides. He's got money and aides. Yeah, if he wants to learn something, he just goes and if he's like, okay, I want to tell them that I'm extremely good at Diablo 4. You know what he does? He goes on Fiverr, but what is it? It's he goes on ePro. And he looks up the #1 Diablo ePro trainer, and he talks to them professionally, like, what can I do to become the best in the world Diablo player? And they're like, well, honestly, it's money, Elon. And they're like, and he's like, really, it's actually money? And the trainer's like, yes, Elon, it's money. You have to buy all the items that you get because you couldn't possibly spend all of your time. And I know this because I've been there at the top of the Diablo scene. I've been there at the top of the Diablo 2 scene. I've been there at the top of the Diablo 3 scene. I won't touch Diablo 4 or Path of Exile. And it's just, I'm done with ARPs. I know how much of a waste of time they actually are. And I mean, they're also the easiest game I can think of, short of when they start killing you from off screen, which makes me so angry that I can't handle it. And that was the issue that all the pros had with them, but I came to that one later on. I didn't know about that. I just thought it was a bullshit-ass game that stole your quarters all the time until I realized that what they were talking about is just stupid-ass little mosquitoes that you can't see, shot from off the screen that fucking kill you in Diablo 3 in the desert when you can't see anything because of the sand anyways. It is fucking weird, and you die, and you feel really bad because you're there with someone professionally almost at that level on the RMAH, and you're selling stuff on the RMAH, and you die, and you're like, oh god, I'm bad. You just feel bad about this, but honestly, it's just a one-shot mechanic The one-shot mechanic, like, you know, that and reflect damage. Reflect damage was so goddamn dumb. May I remind you, one of the reasons why I don't like ARPGs is because they're obsessed with stuff like reflect damage. No RPG will touch reflect damage, and they shouldn't really. Reflect damage works for the player. It doesn't work for the fucking mobs, because if you're an RPG player and you have a souped-up fucking kit that'll one-shot most things in the game, and you hit a mob with reflect damage, that's just essentially, like, you know, what can you do? Now, you can see the reflect damage coming, and you can figure out the mobs that do it, and you can predict that it's going to happen, but you can't really predict when the mob's going to decide to pop the reflect damage, and so you're just dumping your full-blown pump, top Kobe, you know, top in the world Kobe DPS that you bought off the RMAH or from Boost or something like that, and you fuck out to reflect damage. Fuck ARPGs. Or some damage from off screen or something like that. It fucking pissed me off, dude. I got done with that shit. I was like, I got done with it. And so, like, yeah, and it makes sense that money is the top of the scene, because, and this is true of all all live service MMORPGs or RPGs. This is true of all live service RPGs. It's true of League of Legends. It's true of all of these people. Like, the games are pay to win. If you have unlimited amounts of money, if Elon has the most money in the world, he technically should be the top Diablo player in the world. This is a problem because of the developers. It's not a problem because of Elon. I never understood. Like, I didn't. It sucks that he's faking it to making it and lying. Yeah, that sucks because all these right-wingers wanted to put faith in him. That does suck. But I mean, like, the top of any ladder, like, anybody who hasn't been there, like, it's not a surprise to me at all, because I've been almost to Glad and stuff. The top of the fucking ladder, if you do it without win trading or cheating or boosting or buying, is damn near impossible. You actually have to go up there with the skill and be perfect. You actually do. That's the challenge at the top of the ladders. That's how the Olympics are. That's how poker is. That's how MMOs are. That's how WoW is. That's how Fortnite is. You must be able. You must know all of the insiders' tricks and when the meta hits and exactly to the second, and you must know what the meta is the second it goes out. Somebody starts talking in the chat about something they saw last night on the Fortnite finals, and you're like, yeah, I didn't even think about doing that. I could just go spring pad into Rip to go into spring pad and move like 5 miles into the air, and I never really thought about that. And you hear this in the text chat or something, as somebody talking in your fucking channel. If you don't see somebody talk about that fucking meta, or if you don't discover it yourself or see somebody else doing it and copy them and shit, you aren't the best in the fucking world in Magic the Gatherings like this with net decks. I've been up there real high too. I'm kind of like S-Fan, or one of those that likes to dominate on. See, I'm not like S-Fan because I can't sit on one game, but I do like playing a lot of games at what I would consider a high level. Maybe it's not a high level for you, but I would consider it a high level for me, in the respect that I play like tens, if not hundreds, of games at a medium to high to veteran level. And so, and that's not what Elon's doing. Elon bought. I mean, we all know this, and I'm not complaining about it, but it sucks because, to debunk or to devalue or to disqualify Elon because he bought his character is something that we should do, because it sort of just like supports cheaters if we don't. But we don't want people blood doping to win the Olympics in bicycling or whatever. We don't want Lance Armstrong's doping and stuff like that. We don't. But, I mean, does that stop anybody from blood doping up at the top? The answer is no. Does it stop anybody from getting the best coaches in the world? No. Does it stop them from using steroids? The answer is no. Does it stop them from using marijuana even? The answer is no. Look at Michael Phelps. It doesn't really stop them. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't, like at the top of we are so goddamn bored that at the top of anything in the fucking world, you will find steroids, drugs, sex, scandals, sex. You'll find selling, buying, boosting, GDKPs. You'll find insider trading. You'll find fucking, especially in the stock exchange. And that's the problem. You either grow the meta that slaughters these other people, which is my game. I grow the meta that slaughters these other people. One of the reasons I didn't become a streamer until way later in my fucking life, and I had a whole bunch of urging from my family and everybody else, house and my whole life. They were like, you should be on a computer, on a television screen somewhere, trying to be an idol to these people, because it's like you play like a sports star, and you focus like a sports star, and you talk like a sports star, and you dedicate like a sports star. And then all of them told me, you should be doing this. And you know what my answer was? No, I can't do that. I can't show them my secrets. I can't show them how I play. I can't show them where my secrets are, or where the camps are, or where to go, or how to do something. I can't do that. No, I can't show them my fucking secrets. No. And this is what I said to my girlfriends, my mother, my best friends, everybody. They're like, you should be selling like I one time my best friend sat down, or no, not my best friend, it was my mom, or no, I think it was my best friend. And my best friend is like, you should be selling boosts, you should be selling items, you should be selling gold, you should be selling accounts, you should be selling GDKPs, you should be hustling GDKPs, you should be stealing accounts and all this other stuff. He didn't say this directly, but he was like, you have the skill to do all of these things, and yet all you do is just chase fun. And like everybody in my life has had an issue with this. But I mean, like the difference is I never wanted to cheapen it like Elon. I don't want to buy the characters. I want to be the guy making the meta that those Chinese account sellers, and it sounds racist, but that's just statistically what their race is and stuff. I don't mean it to sound like bad, like I dislike Chinese people, because I don't. I love Chinese people, and I don't mind those boosters. If I had my way, I would take this money and I would make real money like Asmongold, and I would fund my private war against the government, and I would go and tell them exactly how to run their business when it comes to selling online currencies such as bitcoins and fucking online gold, like on WoW and stuff. You want to tell me you ever would have quit WoW if you could have made a living selling the gold on WoW? The answer is no. You never would have quit WoW. You never ever would have gone and got a real job. Trust me. There's people in the world that are that good at the games. Why not? We do this for football. I mean, yeah, sure, they actually run down the fucking field, but I don't really see the fucking difference between Ninja and fucking, I don't know, Beast Mode or whatever. Or Kobe. I don't really see a difference between Ninja and Kobe. They have the same focus. They play the game the best. I don't really, one pilots a mouse and a keyboard all day fucking long, and the other one pilots their body to chase a ball. But I still don't see the difference in the fucking mastery. The same way that I feel you can reach that height as a vineyard owner, or a motorcycle maintenance artist, or a Magic the Gathering. Some of those Magic the Gathering kids who actually just kept keeping the cards and kept stacking their closets and stuff, they all retired like Elon. They've got tens of millions of dollars and stuff. The Magic the Gathering kids who built card shops and stuff and started selling singles to this worldwide scene of stuff like Mox Pearl, Lotus. I know their whole scene too. I know all the best cards that own the standard, I know all the best cards that own the standard scene all the way up until 2018, something like that. But I know Commander. I know what the best cards in the world is for Commander. I know what they are. I know what they do. I know what the Mox Pearls and the Shivan Dragons do. I used to own them. I used to have them. I used to have Pearl fucking, or I used to have Jesters, like Arabian Nights Jesters masks and stuff like this that were like just value unknown. And my father, he threw my collection away. I didn't know how. I did know how to tell him. I screamed and cried when I found out. I was like, "My box is gone. My box with my greatest possessions is gone." And they were like, "Why are you freaking out so bad? They're just games and toys." And I was like, "No, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. You don't understand. It was my college. It was my fucking retirement. It was everything. I went to the schoolyard and I won something like 4,000 anti-games, and I bloodstakingly. And this is how I learned how to be, how to get 800 Fortnite wins. This is how I learned. I go and watch the other boys. I see what they do to be successful. I do it better with a better twist. That's all it is. It's the meta. Well, you know what the meta is? You might not want to fucking believe what the fucking meta is. What do you think it is? What do you think the meta is? Is it what I'm doing right now? Or is it chasing fucking, Fortnite wins and stuff like Ninja? No, the meta is actually chopping fucking trees. If you have the patience to show the people chopping trees, if you actually have the patience to do it, you can build a lifestyle and money and eventually pull an Asmongold out of this. You absolutely can. If you show them doing the work, it doesn't matter what the fucking venue it is. It doesn't matter what the venue is. You know, I watched a really good, interesting documentary about some dude who decided that he just knew more as a sommelier. Is it sommelier? Sommelier? I think that's the word. Is it sommelier? I don't know how to spell this word. It's wine sommelier. I think it's like it's like soma almost. It's like a wine sommelier or whatever it's called. Sommelier. Sommelier. A sommelier is a wine expert who helps customers select wine and pairs it with food. I watched this hilarious dude. I don't remember the name of the dude, but I should. But there's this hilarious dude who believed that he was the best sommelier in the world, the way that I believe I'm the best MMORPG player in the world. Now, he could never prove this, and he never made $1 doing it. He could just never prove it. It was something kind of funny about it. He was a sommelier. So then eventually he just paired his knowledge, because he was the best sommelier in the world. He was just in the lower class. He didn't have any money to buy fancy wines. This happens with video games. It happens with fucking like art. It happened with me in video games. I still haven't played some games like Suikoden 3 because they were like $4,000 when they hit the market. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. There's games that I haven't played that I really wanted to play that I can't get my fucking hands on. I really wanted that fucking Starfield watch. I wanted that Starfield Chronos watch, but all the piece of shit fucking collector, what are they called, scalpers, got to that first and made it impossible to get that fucking watch. It is weird because I feel like I'm one of the few people in the world that actually believes and understands what Starfield is. It's insane. I felt this way back on about Magic the Gathering on the playground. Like all the kids like that wanted me to run around and play soccer with them. All the little girlies thought I was cute, and they were like, "Why do you waste your time doing that nerd shit?" I got people who rejected me and treated me badly because they could tell that I was a nerd. If it wasn't the glasses, it was the shit that I did. And they're like, you are like a nerd, like an uncompromising nerd. You're reading these epic high fantasy novels that are like 600 pages long. I plop out like a Terry Goodkind novel or a fucking, or a Tad Williams novel or a fucking, who was Aes Sedai? Who's the Aes Sedai guy? Rand and all them. Randall Thor, right? Whatever, whatever. So like I've plopped down my 600-page, well-read, I've read 4 or 5 times fantasy novel on the desk, and then I pull out my Magic card deck, and then I thumb through my CD out, I thumb through my CDs and stuff, thinking about what music I'm gonna listen to and shit. And these kids, they don't miss this. They see that I'm actually somebody. They can see that the girls think that I'm cute, even if I'm pudgy. The girls think that I'm cute. The dudes think that I'm interesting, and the nerds like me because I'm this like compromised nerd. I've never been afraid of just chasing the nerdiest shit out there. I've never been afraid of it. I absolutely do these pursuits. Like Elon, I bet Elon is the same exact way. I don't see a faker here. I see somebody who has a lot of pressure because he always had money. The problem with money is it puts a lot of pressure on you. All the other rich people expect you to act a certain way. So for Elon to get to as cool as Elon is, right? For Elon to get as cool as Elon is, he has to buck those rich people norms. Trump did not. And that's how we get Trump. You want to know how we get Trump? It's a rich person who never bucks the societal norms, and you get the Trump. But if you really think about it, Trump and Elon are on the opposite fucking sides of the agenda. On top of it, Elon really did make the most fucking crazy attempt on Trump's career anybody's ever made. Elon made more of an attempt on Trump's life than that dude who shot his earlobe. And I'm dead serious about this. Elon canceled Trump on X in the middle of that election. Why do you think he lost? Why do you think he lost? And so, yeah, their little butt buddies, they had to come back and they had to kiss and make up in a hotel somewhere, I guarantee it. And Elon had to be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry I tried to kill you, Trump." And Trump's like, "You know what I do. Anybody who ever fucks with me, I destroy them. I've never had the kind of luxury to think outside the box. Anybody who fucks with me, I just destroy them." It's like a mafia boss. They can't think outside the box. They see what every other mafia don did, and they just do that. That's exactly what Trump does. He just does what all the other mafia dons do. It's the diaper don. And so Elon like thinks outside the box so constantly that he doesn't really understand a person like Trump. And so when Trump engages in some sort of hate speeches and violates his social media rules, he has to kick Trump off social media when he incites insurrection. And then Elon has to watch while Trump starts to lose. And Elon keeps Trump off of X. And I think Trump is now back on Twitter, I think, but it was like kind of a newer thing. And understand that's worse than when the guy tried to shoot him. That was more of a real attempt to destroy Trump and everything that he ever was. And so when I look at friends of liberals, it's insane, it's insane. But when I think of friends of liberals, I think who made the bet? There's two real attempts to shut down Trump's terrible toxic madness that have actually almost succeeded, right? There was the time that the guy tried to shoot him with a high-powered rifle from across the street. I don't want it that way. I talk about that all the time. I don't want to get shot by a high-powered rifle from across the street like MLK or John Lennon. I just don't. I don't want that, and I don't want that for Trump either. I don't want that win that way, and I'm glad that it didn't happen, right? But what I did want to happen is Elon Musk gets pissed off because he's some kind of fucking oligarch who has rules about his Twitter website that makes the most money in the world or whatever, and runs all the business in the world, and runs all the sociality in the world and all this. He can't mess with the rules of Twitter. He absolutely cannot do this. It hurts the image, it hurts the business, and it did hurt the business. So what does he do? He kicks Trump off Twitter. This was the best attempt anybody has ever made to shut down Trump. It absolutely was. I am thankful for Elon. Begon probably thought that I was an idiot when I was like, no, I like Elon, and he's like, I've never met a liberal who met Elon who liked Elon, and I'm like, no, I like Elon, and I was like, nobody ever made the best attempt on Trump that anybody's ever made except for Elon, which was shutting him down off of Twitter. Remember how big of a deal that was? Remember how he used that? I think he still does this. He was like the real Donald Trump and all this crazy shit. And so I think about it. Yeah, one of the reasons that we didn't have 8 consecutive years of Trump was Elon. People like Elon and J.D. Vance calling, like J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler live and on a microphone. J.D. Vance, his fucking sellout fucking piece of shit, worthless cocksucker vice president that creeps everybody out, creeps people out at the Subway shop. If you can't get people at the Subway shop, I used to work at Subway. If you can't, and everybody loved me, if you can't get people at the Subway to like you, then you're not a real person. You're probably like some weird construct of a fucking human being that needs to go back to like swimming in the ocean and going to rivers and like, and like studying books and just like not being around other humans while you get like a grip on what your real personality is again. But I mean like yeah, if you can't make people at the Subway like you, something's fundamentally fucking wrong, and that was the problem. So it's weird, like Trump's two best friends, JD Vance and motherfucking, who are we gonna get after Trump? It'll probably be JD Vance. He's the only person with the name recognition right now, I don't think. Everybody else has been canceled. I think it's insane. I mean, maybe Rebecca Ramaswamy or whatever, but it's like, I don't know what it'll be, but I know that like these Republicans, they I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm going that like they need their social media to tell their lies, to brainwash their children or whatever. They need that stuff. They need it. They need the PR. Like one of the things that I would say that, you want to know why the Scientology church was so ornery and pissed off and treated everybody so fucking badly? It's because, and I know this because I've read L. Ron Hubbard quite a bit. I am not a Scientologist, but I am an L. Ron Hubbard fan when it comes to his sci-fi. I don't like L. Ron Hubbard. He's a fucking pederast, but I do like his sci-fi novels for some reason. They're actually well written and they're very funny and they're very fairly liberal. I mean, everybody thinks of him as this weird, crazy, like, church cult of personality church cult leader, but and that he was like this like fascist like church cult leader and stuff. But when you really look at L. Ron Hubbard or Trump or any of these other people that were caught in Jeffrey's brown book or black book, or any of these people that are pederasts that get caught having sex with children, is it kind of sucks. Well, like what I consider what happens. What I think happens when the right wingers get out of hand? It's the Holocaust. when the left-wingers get out of hand, you get child molestation. And it's kind of fucked up, but I do believe this, because it's like, it's when you have a Dionysian level of hedonism, where people are like farming adrenochrome and smoking crack and doing P. Diddy parties with 1,000 gallons of lube and having sex with underage hookers or real children, which is even worse, like Bill Gates, and that's what happens. And so now we tend to think of these as like kind of deep state figures that might be kind of right wing or fascist or rich or something like that. But no, I think they're actually liberals who have gotten completely out of hand, who just don't have, and they have no morals left. They become so loose and so liberal that they don't have morals left. They can just buy anything, like George Soros. And this is Trump's worst nightmare. Not Trumper, but this is MAGA's worst nightmare. It's not Trump, really. MAGA and Trump are different entities now. If you guys forgot, I haven't forgotten, but 6 weeks right before the election, if you recall, the Republican Party split, and there's the Trumpers, MAGA, and then there's the old style Republicans. And understand that the Republican Party split, and we still haven't seen the damage from that yet. We're about to see it. You want to see civil war? Look at two Republicans shoot each other, because those guys, they don't have any compulsions or any compulsions about not doing violence and stuff. The right wingers love violence. So what's the scariest thing that you can imagine? A civil war between two right wing entities over a political party. That's like my worst nightmare. It's literally like, what keeps Mahatma Gandhi up at night? What keeps Hassan Anabi up at night, right? What keeps Mother Teresa up at night? What keeps Skycatlive up at night, right? It's two Hitlers fighting each other. It's our worst nightmare. And so then that's coming, remember? Because the Republican Party split. There's the crazy people, the MAGA. They live in trailer parks and go to NASCAR and are NASCAR dads and come from the South and are brainwashed and didn't get too good of an education. Probably took kind of a lower class job maybe, or if they maybe don't even have a job, they might be just drunk and stupid in the ghetto. And this happens on both sides. You understand, this is not just a right-wing thing, but I'm talking about the people who supported Trump, who don't know what Nixon did, who don't know what Daddy Bush did. They don't really know. They've never had a concept of what a real Republican is. They've only ever heard crazy shit like George Bush Jr. and Trump. They've only ever heard that. They're not old enough to know anything but that. They're like, I'm old enough to know. I'm mid-40s. I've seen 2 Democratic presidents and 2 Republican presidents, and I've seen the crazy on both sides, and I've seen Democratic bank crises, and I've seen Republican 9/11s, and I've seen Republican COVIDs, and Democratic bungling of elections and sure bets and stuff against people who have 37 felonies and shit, and losing really important elections that matter, that have the whole world, in a catalytic fucking converter, essentially, and like in a catalyst, like, in a fucking catalyst thing. And I swear to God, I've seen both sides. Neither one is good, but you really don't want the right wing having much power. You absolutely don't, because what happens? The devil bifurcates into at least 2, if not 3 fucking entities. This is something we've always known about the devil. It bifurcates. That's why they have the picture of the fork. It's why it's like literally the Greeks have known this about Hades for a long time. He splits his personality in 2 or 3 different ways. There's the Hades that can go up and talk to fucking Zeus. There's the Hades that runs the underworld, that taxes souls, and then there's the trickster Hades that just plays with the rest of the gods, right? There's the guy who reports to the overall meta balance of Zeus, right? That's the element of Satan, right? There's the guy that plays tricks on humans up here, like Trump, right? That's another element of Satan, and this is the worst thing. So what's the worst thing? When all 3 elements or whatever of the bifurcated trilateral commission full-blown fight each other. And that's what I suspect we're headed into, because we saw the bifurcation of the Republican Party about 6 weeks before the election. We forgot because Kamala kind of like poisoned the well, and this sounds like a Republican. I sound like a Republican when I say this, but Kamala kind of poisoned this well because we needed some kind of old style Democrat that actually had the sway, like Nancy Pelosi or somebody, or AOC, at least somebody with the name recognition, to actually, and in the proof of the serving time, to actually maybe fight Putin and Trump at the same time. But no, Trump doesn't have the power to fight the Democrats and Putin at the same time. That's why he damn near lost and only won by like 1% or something like that. It was not a landslide like you said it was. It was very, very close. It was 49-51. United States have got nothing done. And so I talk about this all the time, but I'm like, what? Like, so what's the liberals' worst nightmare? What keeps us up at night? It's Pol Pot versus Putin versus Trump or whatever. I don't even know what the worst Asian dictator is. There's a whole bunch of them, and this sounds racist because it basically is. But I mean, like, we have Asian dictators that scare the shit out of us, like Kim Jong-il. Or Kim Jong-un, or whatever his name is now. I can't ever keep all these fucking people straight. Like the Idi Amin types that are just terrible, that have 1 million bodies on their fucking shit. You know, like the CCP. And so what I'm scared of is not only like the liberals not being strong enough, the Democrats not being strong enough through their leadership to like win an election when it matters, but then also I'm scared of Trump and Putin and like Bibi getting in some kind of terrible fucking pissing match with the other terrible despots of the world. Notice that the liberals aren't anywhere to be mentioned in that fucking scenario. It's just a bunch of crazy gun-loving, violence-loving shitheads with no limits, just full-blown willing to press the bomb on any city that they don't like. I'm sorry, but this is what happens when a bunch of Republicans start fighting each other. It's fucking terrifying. We've had it happen before with World War I and World War II. That's what world wars are. It's a bunch of Republicans who love guns, who want to shoot at each other. It's not too good. Every liberal sits there and stands there and is like, no, we can't send our kids to war. We don't have any money. You stuffed your bank accounts with it. You didn't let us eat. You didn't let us pay rent. You stuffed your bank accounts with money so you could go fight wars because you're a fiscal conservative. Now the wars have come and you think we're just going to fight this war for you? The answer is no, and we don't back them, and we tell them, no, we won't go to war. No, we're isolationists. We don't like war. We don't want to go to that. We got problems at home. We don't need problems at abroad. And you know what happens when a Mexican standoff like occurs? You know what happens? We all shoot each other in the head. That's what nuclear war is. It's nuclear proliferation can be boiled down to one single sentence. A lot of people would disagree with me, but I mean, this is the essence of nuclear proliferation. It is, if I can't have it, nobody can have it. It's not, I wipe out your city and I drink your milkshake and win and take all your oil like the Republicans think it is. Real, actual nuclear proliferation is about, if I can't have it, then nobody can have it. And I'll boil that down to you. What that statement means is, if I can't be the number one, then everybody in the world dies, including myself. That's what nuclear proliferation is. That's what will happen if all these idiot Republicans with no filter, no control, just want to fascist control everything in the fucking world. If they go to toe with each other and they start fighting, who do you think suffers? It's just the civilians, the population, and the liberals. It's the women, the children, and the people with enough damn sense not to fight their stupid ass fucking chemical wars. You know? And no, I swear to God, the attitude that I see out of the right wing and the Republicans and the conservatives now is that they think it's going to be some civil war. But no, the left wing does not fight you. You are going to fight other crazy right-wing dictators who use violence to get what they want, just like you. Or vote bribing like Trump used. Or all this other shit. No, you're not going to fight us. We're going to retire from the fucking field of battle. We're pacifists, motherfucker. We don't fight you. You fight other Pol Pots. You fight other Hitlers. We don't fight you. We sit at home. We say, nope. Conscientious objector. Throw me in jail, bitch. Throw me in jail. I won't fight a war where you drop bombs on mothers' houses. Mine or anybody else's. Nope. Isolationist, bitch, till the day I fucking die. Throw me in jail if you don't fucking like it. And that's the problem with the wars. They come to fight the wars, and they think they can just push us around into fighting their wars and going to the front lines. Had it happened in World War I, happened in World War II. It's not happening again. We learned our fucking lesson this time. That's the one lesson that they think that we didn't learn. But we did. We did learn the lesson. Our fathers did tell us this. They told us about the era. They didn't agree with it necessarily half the time, but they told us about it. Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go. How many deaths in Vietnam? It was hundreds of thousands. How many deaths in Afghanistan? 3,000. You want to know why it's like that? Because the liberals have too much sense to go to these wars anymore. And that's the problem. The right-wingers think that they can just pull the trigger and force us to go fight. No, we'll take jail. You'll have to put us in the internment camps. To me, I think the new Jew is the liberal. I think we're about to be put in goddamn internment camps. It's fucking, it's shitty. They hate us more than they hate the Jews now. You can see it. They talk about woke all the time like it's worse than Jews. It's insane. What the fuck is wrong with these piece of shit right-wingers? And I do not mean that in some racist sense against Jewish people. I love Jewish people. This is not some anti-Semitic message. I'm talking about what the average right-wingers thinks about actual Jews. I'm not talking about what I think. I'm not talking about I don't have any racism. I'm not trying to speak out about Jews. I'm talking about there's like three things that rich white conservatives really hate. It's poverty, poor people, and Jews, and well, liberals. And so how can they get rid of all of us at once? Internment camps. I don't think this has anything to do with a new Holocaust. I think it's going to be a new liberal Holocaust. I think the gun's aimed at me. Maybe I see demons where everybody else sees demons. I'm sure Ethan Klein thinks that the new Holocaust is about to happen. I'm sure Hasanabi thinks that the new Arab Spring, but just bloody, is about to happen. I'm sure that I think that the right wingers like Trump are about to gas me and put me in a fucking concentration camp. I actually full blown believe that because that's what they're saying they're going to do. If you don't have white skin, they're about to fucking deport your ass or gas you or put you in a FEMA camp or something. I really feel this fear. It's fucking stupid. It's not hyperbolic to me. It is weird because I think Ethan Klein is going to say, no, it's the Jews. And you know, Hasanabi is going to be like, no, it's the Arabs. And I'm going to be like, no, it's the liberals. It's all of us. It's all of us. It's all, they're going to come for all of us. If you refuse to pull a trigger against somebody because of some kind of financial difference or some kind of blood war difference or some oil war difference or something, if you refuse to pull the trigger in 2025 plus or whatever, I think they just will put you in the camps. I think they will put you in the camps. And I don't mean to give them this idea. I think they've had this idea since 1926. I think they've had this idea, and I think that's been the goal all along. When the peaceful peacenik, you know, flower power revolution happened, I think it pulled the finger off the trigger for a good 50 years and shit. But I think the actual business as usual is no humans involved, kill everybody, fuck everybody who isn't rich and white. And I hate it. I can't fucking stand it. I don't want to be, don't call me white. Don't call me white.
Bring to Musk. It's impossible to beat the players in Asia.
Why did Elon end up being the fucking, like, the battleground by which the culture war was fought? Why was it Elon? It shouldn't have been Elon. It should have been poverty. But no, it's rich people. We're fighting our little war over how bad the rich have become. It's fucking shitty. You would think it would be this wonderful thing about, like, no, we're gonna force ourselves to feed the people who need it and get them the medical help that they need, and we're gonna march through the streets if we have to. You think it would be something like that, but no, we quibble on social media about how bad Elon is, and that's how this revolution is gonna be fought. And it's unfair to Elon. It's unfair to all of us.
He has to be the best.
If you can't see it, I don't know. I've been saying this a lot on my stream in the last couple of years. It sounds excusionist or ableist or something about rich people, but you know me, I fucking hate rich people. I hate rich people. I really do. And and it sucks. And like, you know, the difference being that they're still people. I don't ever go do anything to them. I just dislike them. You understand? Like the things that they do. I dislike the things that they do. I don't even dislike them. I dislike the things that they do. And so when they use their money and their clout to sway the world politics to make it shitty for the lower class, when we can't do that back to them without some kind of revolution and out of fucking decency, I swear to God, it's like the word decency is what comes to mind. When I ask myself why we haven't done something about the Trumps and the Elons of the world, you know what the answer is? I think a lot of people will say then we're just too lazy or that we're too pacifist or something, but no, I think we're just too decent. I think we're just too decent to do anything about these criminals. I think even looking at them sullies us in such a nasty way that we don't want to do it. It's insane. We don't want to handle this. We don't want to address it or anything like this. We don't want to handle this. Now, what do I do in here? Do I get a kill score here? I can't win this, so I'm going to exit. Without a kill, I can't win it. That's okay. I did not want Elon to be the culture battle. I wanted it to be poverty. They care more about rich people than they do poor people. It's obvious why they natter on about Elon all day. It's why I've been putting more and more shows about Seattle, Anchorage. You know, I'll do Portland and Denver. I've done shows about Denver. I keep showing them other things than bitching about Elon on Reddit. That's not going to fucking solve any of this. We've got real life problems that have nothing to do with these fucking rich people at all. And honestly, I think they're kind of like bullies. If we ignore them, I think they'll go away. I don't think they'll pull their votes or their money anymore if we just ignore them. I think the cure for Trump is just to ignore him. So, I mean, but you guys spin this cycle so much, it's impossible to ignore him. We just had 8 years of that. How long are you going to do this? Why would you make this worthless piece of shit, fucking wife cheating, tax cheating, fucking like spendocrat converted to Republican, fucking, you know, rhino piece of shit who's killed 3 people and cheated on his wife and kicked black people out of his rallies? Why did you make him this fucking famous? He just wasn't worthy of that. You know who's more worthy than that? Christopher Nolan. Or I don't know. How about Obama? Obama was a lot more worthy of that sort of respect than Trump. Obama never took a life. Obama never stole $1. Obama was never a tax cheat. Like why? I mean, but we did love Obama. We did revere him, but we didn't revere him like Trump. We did not give him that media cycle. Bad equals more media.
My goodness. Heavens to Betsy even. We need to take a break. But after that...
And just like Nixon, Trump, I can guarantee when Trump's like 92, he's going to be like, what do you do when he's facing actual fucking like charges and stuff and they finally do something to him? Now what's happening here? Ooh, I am being shot. Yes, I'm being shot. Burn. Your name is Burn? Okay. Fuck. I can't do these abilities. They're annoying. Fun. Go in a big old circle instead of a straight line. Hey, real PvP, it was good. Real PvP. Yay. I guess I'll go back to the town. I chop wood for an hour like New World, and the game just fit me like a glove. It had no issue with me doing that. It was like, yeah, you can chop wood for an hour. That's what I want you to do. Time sync. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll chop wood for an hour. Absolutely. Let's go do it. I busted my axe down to half durability. So, oh, there's Burn. He's friendly because I'm entering the town. Good fight. Oh, I wish to sell wood. White wood. To, I don't know, some vendor. Oh, gather stone or valuable ore. But I don't have a pick, do I? Oh, I do. Ah, very good. There's a simple sickle and all this other stuff. I guess I'll just start mass dumping into the bank just so I have room. I don't know if I really need to do anything. So yeah, and so before I was rudely interrupted, well, not rudely, I wouldn't call it rudely. So this element of like, I think Elon is actually the liberals' best friend because he made the closest attempt anybody's ever made on actually stopping Trump. It's weird like that because our best friend ended up being Elon in the end, because whoever stops Trump will stop all this madness. We need the Republican Party to reunite. And so how do we do that? We stop Trump. And so I view Elon as a hero in a kind of a way, the same way that the right wing does, for different reasons. But I also consider him to be a Nazi. It's sort of insane. I saw him at the right wing rally, in Germany, and I was like, this is so close to a Nazi fucking like collaboration meeting or like a Nazi rally that it is frankly scary. They made a joke about this. And my favorite movie of all time is Death to Smoochy. Death to Smoochy is my favorite film, with Robin Williams and Edward Norton and what's her name? I want to say Ellen or somebody. No, not Ellen. Is her name Ellen? I can't remember the name of her. I can't remember the lady's name, but really amazing. And there's this hilarious scene in Death to Smoochy when Robin Williams wants to make fun of the rhino, so he kidnaps the rhino and he transports him to a Nazi rally, and he has him play a show, and he blinds him with the stage lights so he can't see who's in the and I love this metaphor because that's kind of the right way. That's the current conservative party. They blind you with the stage lights so you can't see what the audience is. It's insane. These metaphors really fit. And so then he accidentally gets caught by the media doing a Nazi rally by mistake because he can't see the audience, and he's like, hey, how about you turn down the stage lights now? And when he does, his worst nightmare happens. There's like 300 fucking or 3,000 fucking Nazis or something all cheering the loudest they've ever cheered, and they're like, hail Smoochy or whatever, and it's so bad. That's what this shit reminds me of. That's what Elon reminds me of. It's like he's not really a Nazi. They just sort of accidentally threw him up in front of a goddamn Nazi rally, I guess. Or he's not really a Nazi. He didn't actually Sig Heil. He just Sig Heiled, I guess. It's like sort of weird.
Will finally explain to you how, despite
he's not really a Nazi. No, I wouldn't call him a fascist. I wouldn't call Trump a Nazi fascist. No, they haven't ever fired a shot. They've never ordered a death. I wouldn't call them that yet. No.
I just said, Elon Musk.
They're engaged in fascism, but they're not, but they're not fascist yet. Fascist to me is right-wing violence, and we're not there yet. No, thank God. They've managed to keep the decency somehow. I think the decency is very strong in us right now. I think the fact that there hasn't been some crazy civil war or another insurrection or another crazy march or another fucking BLM thing or another problem or another murder or another assassination. I think the fact that we managed to maintain really speaks to the inner decency of the American people. And maybe we lose this little battle of running the world anymore. We did it for, like 100 years or something. And maybe nobody's really supposed to run the world that long.
Good gamer after all. Cliffhanger. You have to stick around now.
I don't want to run the world. Do you understand how much goddamn responsibility that is? Every single time America wants to fart and cough, it has to talk to Canada, it has to talk to Mexico, it has to talk to every country in the North American Trade Organization, or whatever you want to call it, the NATO countries. Every time America farts or coughs, it has to be like, Albania, are you cool? Belgium, are you cool? Bulgaria, are you cool? Canada, are you cool? Croatia, are you cool? And it just goes down, and all of our diplomats go talking to them. We all call each other and we're like, hey, America wants to tear up China because we have to do something or whatever, and Trump's not going to let it go. He wants to tear up China. So are you guys okay with this? And the rest of the world's like, yeah, we're okay with it. Europe doesn't like it though, and they're sanctioning you for doing it. And the rest of us are like okay with it. But you understand, so this is good. It's good that we're here. But but we also have to, whenever we want to do something, we have to get 32 partners to agree. It's kind of insane. Now, do I want to leave this organization? Do I want to tell these people what to do? Do I want to lead their company? Absolutely the fuck not. No, I don't. That's what Trump wants to do. I view these people as really awesome, So, yeah, so we like our North American Trade Alliance, and I think it's a good thing, and I don't really want to lose this, and it's fucking stupid. It's just another example of them dismantling everything that we know and love. It's fucking stupid.
Law. Going on a first date, Sonny? I remember my first date. Went to the rodeo, got a corn dog. She said I smelled like used milk, so I hid under a pile of sawdust until I was declared legally missing. We got married, but it didn't work out. If only I'd smelled better with Mando deodorant.
I agree.
Their whole body deodorant comes in nose flavors such as bourbon leather and clover woods and Mount Fuji and Pro Sport. Not amateur sport, you see, and you can put it anywhere on your body, anywhere that wafts of yesterday's dairy. It was created by a doctor, you see, and claims to be clinically proven to block odor all day. No more rodeo nightmares. No more waking up screaming to the sounds of gored clowns. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, and free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code MORENEWS at shopmando.com. SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Ignore the jingle.
Ah, geez, it's February, and I don't know about you, but my butt has already gone rogue. I had all these New Year plans for it, but sure enough, it defies me. But I fought back. Yes, I did. I got the Tushy Wave Bidet to teach my butt a lesson about comfort. Before Tushy, my ass felt like an angry crab at the supermarket. Now, it's a silken oasis. Not to mention that my bathroom looks all cool and futuristic now. My rear is like a time traveler. And yet, Tushy was incredibly easy to install. It requires no extra plumbing or electricity. It even has a quick release button if you have to remove it for cleaning, which I think you should sometimes. Listen here, folks. Why are you using wads of paper to clean your crab ass? That hurts. It wastes paper and it hurts. And it's gross. Yuck. Ew, yucky. So try the Tushy Bidet instead. There's still time to get your ass right for life. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet order when you use code SMN at checkout. That's 10% off your first bidet order at HelloTushy.com with promo code SMN. Read the shirt, folks. Ask me about my butthole, and I'll say it's happy now, thanks.
Ask me about my butthole.
To be continued. I mean, we're back in junk and stuff and crap. And speaking of crap, Elon Musk. We talked about how Musk has spent a lifetime failing upward while pretending to be some kind of genius about everything. And it's rather amazing that he's gotten by on it for so long. For the most part, he did this by compartmentalizing his bullshitting into niche areas that the general public wasn't able to call him out on. But lately, he has drifted into mainstream things like gaming, where people are starting to realize he actually sucks and lies. Also, he's a Nazi. Or he's just being autistic, apparently. Sweet.
No, he's just autistic. He's not standing in front of that right-wing rally in the middle of Germany trying to rally the fatherland or whatever. He's just autistic. He's not sick heiling. He's autistic. Like Hitler. This was Hitler's excuse before he started the Holocaust too. He's autistic. He's odd. He's crazy.
Holy balls! Multiple people have used this excuse for him, as if being autistic makes you do Nazi salutes, not once, but twice. I think this is part of how Musk has gone so long being regarded as a genius. He's talked about growing up with Asperger's syndrome, and is, without a doubt, an awkward guy.
I don't have
I think people looked at his behavior and sort of assumed it also meant he was a genius. I don't know if you've seen the movie Being There. I'm guessing you haven't because you're young and spry and don't think about your impending death every night. But it's basically that movie. A very simple man with a nice suit and a white complexion goes from wandering the streets to possibly becoming the next president. Spoilers!
I want to see Being There. I don't think I've ever seen this movie. What's Being There? I don't think I've ever seen this. Oh, yeah, because it's older. Oh, yeah, it's from like 1979. Yeah, I probably haven't seen this. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey, we're going to watch it. Being There. Being There. All right, let's get it. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Oops, got a thing there. Okay, being there. Plot: middle-aged, simple-minded Chance lives in. His name is Chance. That's funny. Wealthy old man's townhouse in Washington D.C. Along with the man's African-American maid Louise, who is kind to Chance. He has spent his whole life tending the garden and never left the property. Other than gardening, his knowledge is derived entirely from television. When the old man dies, his estate lawyers order Chance out. He wanders aimlessly, discovering the outside world for the first time. An African-American youth points a knife at him. Chance ineffectually tries to click him out of the existence with a TV remote control. Passing by a TV shop, Chance sees himself captured by a video camera in the shop window. Entranced, he steps backward off the sidewalk and is struck by a limousine chaffering Eve Rand, the glamorous and much younger wife of elderly business mogul Ben Rand. When she asks him his name, she mishears Chance the gardener as Chauncey Gardner. Chance the Gardener. I bet it's really good. Peter Sellers probably really good. I think this sounds really good. I'm going to watch this tonight. Sounds amazing. Yeah, everything is about being there at the right time. Life is about being there at the right time, I would say. And I think Elon is very, very there at the right time, I would say. Yeah, we'll do the Criterion 1080p. That sounds good to me. Do it. Okay, go back. Thank you for the movie. I had not seen it.
All because the people around him misinterpret his weird behavior for some kind of quiet genius. I'm not saying that having Asperger's makes Elon Musk stupid or an asshole or something, but you have to assume that a person can have autism and be a prick, right? Two things can be true. Musk is an awkward guy who might not understand social cues and can also be a Nazi and a fraud. Oh, and possibly a sociopath, according to his biographer. And not just a fraud, but an obvious fraud. And this brings me to another big piece of the puzzle. More evidence that Elon Musk has spent his entire life talking out of his ass, which is that he very openly thinks you're stupid. This is very important to remember. Elon Musk thinks you're stupid. Not just you, but you, and also you, and you, and you, and me, which is the you of you, for you, all of us, everybody. And because he thinks you're stupid, he's gotten sloppier and sloppier at lying. The Path of Exile 2 stuff is a great example. He badly played this game that thousands of people know while talking down about how the game works because he thought that he could bullshit his way into seeming good at the game because he thinks people are stupid enough to fall for that. He's done this with a lot of things, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to focus on the time he did that whole Nazi salute thing. You know the time. Let's see it again. You know the time. For fun.
Thank you.
Oh, that's weird. Boo! What happened to the Nazi part? I wanted the Nazi part. See, that's the version that a few media outlets ran with.
Aww.
We should probably do a whole other episode about the media apparently doing damage control for fascists. But that
damage
also
control for
the version
fascists.
Of the speech that Elon Musk shared on Twitter.
War is damage control for fascists.
And it begins this campaign of extremely sweaty excuses for why he did a clear Sieg Heil salute. Twice. Like, he could have just apologized. Remember that. Remember that Elon Musk could have just said...
War. Damage control for fascists.
Oops, I was trying to do a wave and f***ed it up. That is extremely embarrassing, and I'm sorry. F*** Nazis. But he didn't. Instead, he just pretended it didn't happen and that people were overreacting. He whined that the "everyone is Hitler" accusation is so tired. So last year, folks, oh my gosh, geez, you do one little Nazi salute twice, and the left thinks you're Hitler. A bunch of other freaks tried to run point for him by comparing it to times where other politicians raised their hands in a way that, if freeze-framed, could look like a Nazi salute. But that's such a disingenuous and childish argument the moment you watch the actual video of him doing it. In fact, let's watch it again. Nazi salute. He did a Nazi salute
Nazi salute.
twice. And made a little grunt with it. I think a lot of people look at that and say, well, he can't possibly have meant to
Nazi
do that.
salute.
It's easy to give him the benefit of the doubt based solely on the fact that even
Donald
if he
Trump
was
won.
a Nazi, surely he'd be smart enough not to do the fucking salute during the inaugural rally of a right-wing demagogue. It's hard to imagine what's going through his mind there, but I have a theory.
Yeah,
Legally
nothing.
speaking,
The
I'll
answer
just
is nothing.
speculate, but I
Nothing
think
at all.
Elon wanted
Nothing
to
at
do
all.
the Laura Ingraham thing, where she more subtly made the Nazi salute and then turned it into a little wave and had this plausible deniability where she could say, oh, the left are so nuts, thinking everyone's a Nazi. The idea here is to devalue the accusation of someone being a Nazi. Perhaps so when someone is actually being a Nazi, no one listens. Like how they did that with the OK symbol. Elon, who thinks he is like this masterful troll, apparently. Like, in the wake of the Nazi salute thing, he literally tweeted how he's a troll. I think that's what he wanted to do, but he fucked it up. Fun fact about that troll face meme, the image came from a webcomic that was actually pointing out how trolls think they are really clever and funny, but are actually...
Yeah, I troll you, but this is what they actually look like. Cringe.
obvious losers. Pretty fitting.
Right? Yeah, look at this picture, right? I'd never seen the original, actually. What trolls want you to believe? You are fucking stupid, blah, 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 right? Lol, I troll. But what is actually happening? Lol, I troll. And it's like this, like, unpleasant dude who's crying. Lol, I troll you.
And so I think Elon meant to do the salute with a lot more subtlety and ended up screwing that up and making it super overt. And a lot of people on the right super want it to be just like that OK symbol and trigger the libs with their fun little new salute. We're already seeing that. And you can sort of see this in his reactions to it. All of his tweets about it feel like this pre-planned response to something he thought was going to look more subtle, but is not. His little lame Nazi puns he got out of a joke book somewhere, as if the left was going to be the laughingstock of this moment, because he thinks everyone is stupid. He thinks his fans are stupid, and that he can just lie to our faces about obvious reality. But here's the super depressing thing. So far, he's been right.
God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you, and my heart goes out to you. God bless.
Oh yeah, big claps for the literal Nazi. Thinks his fans are stupid, and that he can just lie to our
look,
faces
it's working again.
about obvious reality. But here's the super depressing thing. So far, he's been right.
God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you, and my heart goes out to you. God bless.
Oh yeah, big claps for the literal Nazi salute. That's Father Calvin Robinson, a man who claims to be a man of God, doing the Elon at a pro-life summit.
Oh,
Seems
God.
that, apparently in some circles, the right is actually going to try and adopt this as their new OK symbol, but it's just a fucking Nazi salute. Like, are they all gonna start posting swastikas too? Ironically rounding up people into camps after that? There is no gray area here. I just don't know how to convey this. If you want a secret hand gesture to signal that you want to do certain things, and you land on the literal Nazi salute, maybe the things you want to do are really evil. Already, one person has lost their job for trying to follow along with Elon's little meme, because that's what's supposed to happen when you do that. You get